never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Russian President Vladimir Putin is vowing to kick the enemy out as Ukraine continues to push into Russian territory. Regional authorities have reported a dozen civilians have been killed, over 100 wounded, and tens of thousands have had to relocate since Kiev began its operation inside Russian territory last week. Ever since Daria Bunachuk reports from Moscow.
Speaking at a meeting with top security and defense officials on Monday, Putin said Ukraine's latest attack was aimed at destabilizing Russia and gaining leverage in possible future peace talks. The acting governor of the Kursk region, Alexei Smirnov, reported that Ukrainian forces had pushed 12 kilometers into the Russian territory across a 40-kilometer front line and took control over 28 Russian settlements.
US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has seen more enthusiasm and momentum with her campaign raising millions of dollars over the course of the weekend. Harris and her running mate Tim Walz have finished a multi-state tour and managed to raise $12 million during an event in California on Sunday.
At a fundraiser in San Francisco, former US Speaker Nancy Pelosi told guests that Kamala Harris brings so much joy and she gives us so much hope. The event, coinciding with the end of a multi-state tour for Harris and her campaign, raised $12 million. Enthusiasm among voters for Harris is high, with the New York Times poll in recent days showing she's leading Donald Trump in the critical states of Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. The campaign has revealed it's set to target Democratic voters living overseas this election, spending $100,000 to encourage 9 million Americans abroad to vote for Harris. It says the party is leaving no stone left unturned to ensure that she will be the next president of the United States. Mitch McCann, New York.
Ex-owner Elon Musk will interview Donald Trump live on the platform later on Monday. The tech entrepreneur is previewing the unscripted event by saying it should be highly entertaining, with Musk promising to ask Trump questions with no limits on subject matter. Musk's own account, with more than 193 million followers, will host the interview. More than 600 Greek firefighters are continuing to battle a dangerous wildfire near Athens. Ever since South Europe correspondent Giles Gibson has more.
Greek authorities have deployed 17 special planes and 15 helicopters to assist hundreds of firefighters on the ground. The fire broke out on Sunday in Varnavas, a town northeast of Athens. The Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has cut short his holiday and returned to the capital after a dry winter and record-breaking heat in July and so far in August. Authorities have been battling intense wildfires in much of southern Europe this summer.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today and tomorrow at what may be in store for Bangladesh, following the recent protests that saw the deaths of more than 400 people and the surprise ouster of long-serving, increasingly autocratic Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She dramatically fled to India. The protests were rooted in public opposition to a High Court ruling that reinstated a quota reserving more than half the country's civil service jobs for specific groups of people, many of them supporters of Hasina's political party. Now, Muhammad Yunus, who created the modern-day microfinance industry, has returned to Bangladesh in an effort to lead a caretaker administration. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
Bangladesh, 8th largest country by population in the world, 3rd largest Islamic country in the world. Student leaders in particular had said they would not accept a military-led government but wanted Muhammad Yunus to lead. He is a Nobel laureate. He is well known for establishing what's known as Grameen Bank, a microcredit organization that was aimed at lifting the poor from abject poverty and seen as a real solution, and not just Bangladesh. Very well known internationally, and now could be bringing Bangladesh to some sort of a new era of stability.
But Yunus's arrival in Dhaka was not part of any kind of constitutional process. Tomorrow we'll look at whether the country can restore legitimacy and democracy in its governance. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And the main news again, Russian President Vladimir Putin is vowing to kick the enemy out as Ukraine continues to push into Russian territory. US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has continued to see momentum and enthusiasm, with her campaign raising millions of dollars over the course of the weekend. And ex-owner Elon Musk will interview Donald Trump live on the platform later on Monday. He's promising the interview will be highly entertaining. From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. A DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, on that note, it must be showtime. Sure enough, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Welcome into a Tuesday. So here we go. Got the hard part behind us as we close out the greatest day of the week. Everybody settled in. Back to the old grind, ready to rock and roll. Move that freight around the country. Not a bad night for most out there. But there are a few that'll be driving another 100 miles in the pouring rain. That's out toward the Front Range. Eastern Colorado, western, southwestern Kansas got some pretty robust thunderstorms. A few of those prompting severe thunderstorm warnings, as a matter of fact. But a lot of widespread scattered shower activity. It's monsoon season out west. We'll break it all down for you. First things first, though, welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Here we are, hunkered down in the secret bunker, 66 degrees. Not going to be catching any Perseid meteors tonight because we've got cloudy skies. But for others around the country, if you've got those clear skies, it's another night you can catch dozens of Perseid meteors on an hourly basis. More on that coming up as well. And maybe an additional light show in the sky that surprised a lot of folks 24 hours ago as we were rolling into a Monday. It was kind of an unexpected, unanticipated aurora borealis, a geomagnetic storm that occurred. Again, the forecasters at NOAA did not think this light show was going to be as strong as it was. But first things first, a moisture-filled pattern with robust thunderstorms here for the first half of the week across parts of the Rockies into the central states. High pressure remains pretty much centered over the south-central states over the next several days, expanding to cover more of the Gulf Coast as we head toward midweek. Meanwhile, rounds of thunderstorms expected to organize along the northern periphery for a multi-day stretch. It's kind of a rinse and repeat pattern in store for the Front Range and the Central Plains, at least through midweek. Monsoon moisture spills over the mountains during the afternoon and evening hours. Similar to what we saw for much of the past week. Showers and thunderstorms that track east of the mountains late in the day kind of congeal into clusters of showers and thunderstorms as they track on to the east during the overnight hours. That's what we're seeing indeed tonight. Areas from Montana to Idaho, Colorado, all in that zone to see some rather consistent shower and thunderstorm activity. So the multiple rounds expected will also alleviate some of the drought concerns across portions of eastern Wyoming, western South Dakota, and western Nebraska, even parts of Kansas where there's moderate to severe drought in place. Conditions along the Front Range will trend a bit cooler before we see a gradual warming trend toward midweek. Locations like Cheyenne, Wyoming, Denver, and Colorado Springs saw high temperatures 10 degrees cooler compared to what you saw there on Sunday. A wide range of temperatures expected between the Front Range and the Plains this week, with places like Denver looking at temperatures in the 80s and 90s. Further to the east, North Platte, Nebraska, you'll be in the 70s. Forecasters kind of highlighting the risk for thunderstorms along the Front Range once again Tuesday afternoon. Primary threats with these storms later in the day today. Flooding downpours, localized damaging winds. Could see some small hail on the table as well. But winds 55 to 65 miles per hour from southeastern Montana to northwest Kansas. Could see locally gusts approaching 75 miles per hour. So this round after round continues right into the middle portions of the week, Wednesday as well. Thunderstorms firing up from northeast Colorado through Nebraska into western Iowa, and northwestern Kansas Wednesday could again contain some flash flooding, hail, or some damaging winds on through the evening hours. And it looks like the heat is beginning to build once again in the south central states where that dome of high pressure is kind of anchored. So much of Oklahoma, about the eastern third of Texas, pretty much the entirety of Louisiana, southern Arkansas, on over into parts of Mississippi. Heat advisories will be in place once again for the upcoming day. So I know a lot of folks were out in the late night hours looking for Perseid meteors Sunday night. And for those who did indeed stay up to watch the best meteor shower of the year, many were treated to a bit of a celestial surprise with the aurora borealis bursting to life in the skies over North America. People as far south as Virginia, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Arizona, believe it or not, reported sightings of the northern lights, as did people across northern Europe. In some areas, the aurora was no more than a kind of a faint glow above the horizon. But if you had the cameras, you were able to capture much greater detail. The sky turned pink and green over State College, Pennsylvania, early this past morning. That was, of course, charged particles from the sun that bombarded the Earth, which ended up being stronger than the Space Weather Prediction Center had forecast. Early Monday morning, it became a strong geomagnetic storm, reaching level 3 out of 5, and eventually reached severe levels, a level 4 out of 5, but that wasn't until like 11 o'clock a.m. Eastern time, so obviously the sun was up. It was not nearly as impressive as the outbreak we saw back in May, which that was a category 5 out of 5 on NOAA's scale. Yeah, of course, coincidentally, this occurred on the peak night of the Perseids, where over 60 meteors per hour were seen. Photographers who were planning to stay up late to snap some pictures of shooting stars were ultimately treated with some magnificent scenes of red, pink, and green colors, as well as the flurry of meteors. The question, will the northern lights be visible once again Monday night? Well, not expected to be as bright or as widespread tonight into Tuesday morning, but the Perseids will continue to impress with dozens of meteors per hour. If I pull up the latest from spaceweather.com, the highlight is the severe storm is subsiding. Multiple coronal mass ejections hit the Earth over the weekend, sparking what was ultimately a very strong geomagnetic storm for a while on Monday, when the storm level hit category 4. Briefly putting it on par nearly with the historic May 10 superstorm. It is subsiding now, they say, but it's not over. Moderate G2 to strong G3 geomagnetic activities expected to continue through portions of the overnight hours, particularly along the mid-latitude. Photographers looking to capture auroras overnight tonight into the 13th of August. All right, of course, yes, the light show occurring during the peak of the Perseid meteor shower. Looking at photographs from the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina, believe it or not. One photographer caught at least a half dozen meteors during the aurora exposure, long-term exposure that he had going there to catch all the beautiful colors in the skies. Surprise, surprise, red auroras were shimmering on the northern horizon down south, y'all. The photo showing the Perseid meteors appearing after 1 a.m. During the peak of the aurora activity there. There were some great outbursts from midnight all the way to dawn this past morning. All right, so you never know. Surprise, surprise. Hello to Philly Dad. Here we go. Get things underway from the city of brotherly love. Taco Tuesday, is that right? Good morning, Marianne. Hello, Steve, the overnight family. Pappy's in the house. Shorty, finally. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 82 degrees at this hour. Orlando, here we come. Turnaround number 1. Zorro says good morning to the Overnight Drive Nation. Stacy, morning everybody. Hope y'all are having a good night. 71 clear skies here in north central Kansas. A quick shout out to Tony. Hope you're having a good night. Safe travels. All right, Jerry says good morning, my friend. Yeah, praying for all those listeners out there that may be in need. Be safe, everybody. Kokomo had a guy setting everything on fire this past weekend. Police caught up with him. All right, I'll have to dig a little more into that. Didn't say I had an arsonist out there, huh? Hello to Jeffrey in Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Thanks for the all-night company out here. Good afternoon. Larry's on board. Hammer down, be safe. 63 in Platkill, New York. Kicking off his week, it's round 1 to Schenectady. There's Norman also checking in from north central Kansas. 73 degrees. Looks like a little rain on the way. We've got the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a good morning. Safe travels. Too Tall. Good morning, Steve, the Overnight Drive family. Everybody have a blessed night. There's Brett. Good morning, my overnight friends from the Mile High City. 72 degrees in Denver. Looks like we may get some storms tomorrow and Wednesday. Hope everybody's doing well out there. Thank you to all the truckers out there. There he is, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 73 degrees in Mabane, North Carolina. At midday, we load my overly powerful chrome-plated cow truck with some stout-looking Tar Heel steers for that high-speed trip to Nebraska. That's all anyone needs to know for now. A special Tar Heel shout-out to the trucking icon, the Hall of Famer, the Carolina Monkey Gouger, from the world-famous Petro Travel Center. All right. Gilligan kicking off his week. Morning, Steve, fellow listeners. Partly cloudy, 68, Natural Bridge, Virginia. I'm running about an hour behind due to a truck that jackknifed at the 225 southbound on I-81 in Staunton, Virginia. One lane was squeezing by less than an hour ago, so heads up, drivers out there, everybody keep it shiny side up. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, hello to Buckeye Boy. What's going on out there from Ackworth, Georgia? 72 degrees. Braves are playing in San Francisco. I've got the game on. No score, top of the 10th. This home plate umpire, C.B. Buckner, is absolutely terrible for both teams. Planning to get the shed painted today since temperatures will be more tolerable. Shouldn't take too long, but have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Michigan Madman, let me see here. Hello, Steve. Had a good night of racing in the super late models iRacing. But man, was it tough. We lost a real close friend in our racing league and a great driver by the name of Chuck Chambly. He raced at and loved the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. His number was 25, and he was just as fierce of a competitor in sim racing as he was in the real world of racing. Steve, I'm telling you from experience, as they had a moment of silence and then talked about it before tonight's race. And it's no easier getting there behind the wheel, getting ready to race, and listening to it as it is in the real world of racing. Godspeed, Chuck, number 25. All right, we're getting the live play-by-play. Buckeye Boy, Braves up by 1, bottom of 10. And I'm glad the Reds won this past day. Jerry chimes in. We also had, from Kokomo, also had a truck driver, point some sort of a laser device at a family in a road rage incident on I-69. Yeah, the guy in the car ultimately opened fire, killing the truck driver. He sent me the Facebook page as the truck went through my friend's cornfield for several miles before he passed away. Yeah, I had that from CDL Life. I might as well, that's one of our top industry headlines. We had talked several times last week about the road rage. People actually die. The days of somebody flipping you the bird or the double bird, or seems like those are long gone. It's life and death out there on the roadways with road rage these days. And again, this is a perfect example. Why being an 18-wheeler, why, if you're going to follow someone off the interstate, as the case is here, do you not think the people in the automobile are going to be very intimidated, very frightened? Police investigating a shooting that left the semi-truck driver dead in Grant County, Indiana. The Grant County Sheriff's Office said this past morning the suspected road rage incident involved a passenger vehicle and a semi-truck, reported on Interstate 69. The passenger vehicle had exited the interstate, and the semi-drivers believed to have followed. What we know right now is that one of our local residents exited on State Road 26 and was followed by a semi. The issue was between their two vehicles. Our local resident was on his way home, I believe, from a fishing trip, from what I understand. He was with his family. And the semi followed him off the exit, followed him to his home. Now, that's where you get pretty darn scared, I guarantee you. There was a verbal altercation that occurred, and from what we understand right now, our local resident had some sort of a laser-type device pointed at him by the truck driver, which he believed was a weapon. So he fired on the semi, striking the driver. That semi then went across a couple of cornfields, ended up catching on fire, according to the Grant County Sheriff's Office. Police confirmed the truck driver was indeed deceased. So the investigation is ongoing there, but All right, what are you thinking? Following somebody off the interstate to their home, and then a laser pointer. What are they supposed to think, right? All right, be careful out there, folks. That's all I can say. All right, Braves win 1-0. Great pitching by both starters and relievers. One run scored. That's what they call a pitcher's duel, which, in my opinion, those are so. If you're actually live, and that's some of the most boring games. Pitcher's duel. Come on, somebody do something. According to Buckeye Boy, there were over 30 strikeouts in that game. Between the pitchers on both sides. Wow. All right, nobody wants to give an inch. You are correct, Norman. Nobody wants to give in out there on the interstates, the road rage. All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here. Captain Ron is back with us after a weekend in Detroit. What's he say? What day is it? I know it's not the greatest day of the week. Hang in there, Ron. We got you coming up in just a moment here. The latest on another quake. Rumbling under Los Angeles this past day. Well, less than a week after a larger one jolted much of Southern California. Now, they say folks in L.A. really felt this one. All the details ahead. Rolling into what day is it? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Russian President Vladimir Putin is vowing to kick the enemy out as Ukraine continues to push into Russian territory. Regional authorities have reported a dozen civilians have been killed, over 100 wounded, and tens of thousands have had to relocate since Kiev began its operation inside Russian territory last week. Ever since Daria Bunachuk reports from Moscow.
Speaking at a meeting with top security and defense officials on Monday, Putin said Ukraine's latest attack was aimed at destabilizing Russia and gaining leverage in possible future peace talks. The acting governor of the Kursk region, Alexei Smirnov, reported that Ukrainian forces had pushed 12 kilometers into the Russian territory across a 40-kilometer front line and took control over 28 Russian settlements.
US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has seen more enthusiasm and momentum with her campaign raising millions of dollars over the course of the weekend. Harris and her running mate Tim Walz have finished a multi-state tour and managed to raise $12 million during an event in California on Sunday.
At a fundraiser in San Francisco, former US Speaker Nancy Pelosi told guests that Kamala Harris brings so much joy and she gives us so much hope. The event, coinciding with the end of a multi-state tour for Harris and her campaign, raised $12 million. Enthusiasm among voters for Harris is high, with the New York Times poll in recent days showing she's leading Donald Trump in the critical states of Michigan, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. The campaign has revealed it's set to target Democratic voters living overseas this election, spending $100,000 to encourage 9 million Americans abroad to vote for Harris. It says the party is leaving no stone left unturned to ensure that she will be the next president of the United States. Mitch McCann, New York.
Ex-owner Elon Musk will interview Donald Trump live on the platform later on Monday. The tech entrepreneur is previewing the unscripted event by saying it should be highly entertaining, with Musk promising to ask Trump questions with no limits on subject matter. Musk's own account, with more than 193 million followers, will host the interview. More than 600 Greek firefighters are continuing to battle a dangerous wildfire near Athens. FSN South Europe correspondent Giles Gibson has more.
Greek authorities have deployed 17 special planes and 15 helicopters to assist hundreds of firefighters on the ground. The fire broke out on Sunday in Varnavas, a town northeast of Athens. The Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has cut short his holiday and returned to the capital after a dry winter and record-breaking heat in July and so far in August. Authorities have been battling intense wildfires in much of southern Europe this summer.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, for those just getting their week started, hope you had a good weekend. Getting settled in, back to the old grind. Hello to Rick from Portsmouth on board. Hello to Paul. Crazy days. Everybody be careful out there. Prayers for all the drivers. Hello to Glenn. Morning, Steve. All the listeners getting home early this morning. I think I'll make my wife and I a big old breakfast. Catch a nice long nap. That sounds like a plan. Everybody be safe. Welcome aboard, Captain Ron. It is not the greatest day of the week. How was your weekend?
So I know it's not Taco Tuesday, is it? I had tacos before I came to work.
Well, you're right on cue then.
Yeah, but anyway, as you know, I was headed for Detroit Friday for a family get-together Saturday. 3 hours before we were getting on the plane, we got word that her brother had passed away.
Wow.
Which is the husband of the sister-in-law that has the cancer. So our family get-together turned out to be a get-together for him. We didn't end up getting to see the sister-in-law and her part of the family because he was supposed to bring her down to us for the get-together. So it ended up being a get-together for her brother. That was, it was 3 hours before we're getting on the plane to go.
Wow.
And yeah, and then we don't know should we still go? I mean, are they still going to get together now, or what's going to happen? But we ended up just trying to make it the best of it. So that's how that went. Got back Sunday evening, and then Monday morning, I got a call from the niece that another one of my brother-in-laws passed away in his sleep from a stroke.
Wow.
So, yeah, it's been a pretty rough go the past few days here lately.
So undoubtedly that is that's not what you'd call an enjoyable weekend. Wow, that's just a bizarre weekend.
No, I know. Well, it wasn't going to be the best of circumstances anyway.
To begin
we were just trying to have a get-together
Yeah.
for the sister-in-law because she was only given 4 to 6 months to live, but I don't think she's going to live that long because she's refusing all treatment ongoing, from now on, other than morphine for whatever pain she might be in or whatever.
Right.
But I think she's sleeping about, probably 80% of the time.
Yeah.
So I doubt she'll last that long. So now my wife's got to go back to Michigan again this coming weekend for the funeral for her brother. But I don't know what the arrangements are for the one that passed away yesterday morning. They're pretty sure her brother had a heart attack in his sleep, passed away in his sleep, and the other brother-in-law had a stroke and passed away in his sleep. But if it's my time to go, that's the way I want to go. Just go to bed and not wake up.
Yeah.
To me, that seems the best way to go. So anyway, that was my weekend.
Well, you definitely bring home the reality that every day we have is a blessing because life is short.
Yeah, you don't ever know. I mean, it was supposed to be for her sister-in-law, and it ended up being her brother. I mean, totally not what we were planning for.
No doubt.
But anyway, that's about all I got, other than, I guess you saw the NASCAR fiasco.
Yes, we did touch a bit on that this past evening. I don't know. I missed that.
Is
it dirty?
I saw it.
Is it dirty racing, or is that's the name of the game? A little bump and run.
I can see a little bit of a bump and run, but now it's getting to the part where you're better off to be in second because then you can just knock the guy out of the way and win the race. I mean, that's not. I don't hate Austin Dillon, but I'm not really a fan. But no way do I condone that kind of racing from anybody. I mean, those cars are what, $250,000, and he tore up 2 of them to get the win, and at all costs. I think they've even got team communications from his radio telling you. So I don't know what it's going to be going forward. But I kind of think they should have taken the win away. Punished a guy 2 laps in the truck series for wrecking someone, and it wasn't even for the win.
Mm-hmm. Well, normally I think NASCAR normally divvies out, any fines or penalties and things like that on. Normally it's on Wednesdays, I think.
Tuesdays.
Is it Tuesday?
We should hear. Yeah, it's on Tuesdays when they dish out their penalties and all of that. They already changed some of the finishing order from what was originally right at the end. They did some adjustments on some of the finishes because due to when the caution came up.
That froze the field, right? That was the end right there.
Yes, that freezes the field in the overtime. The next flag, which would have been the caution, froze the field. I think they gave second to Hamlin, I think. I don't remember what it was exactly. But
okay.
Initially, I think he was going to get 4th or 5th, and then they gave him second because of the moment of caution, and he kept pace with the field, with the race. Logano, on the other hand, he wasn't even facing the right direction at the moment of caution, so whatever he ended up is wherever he ended up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It would have been further back, obvious, because he was the first victim. But no, I don't like that kind of racing. That's not racing to me. It's just to move somebody out of the way. it's not very sportsman, and I don't think it gives a very good image. I mean, what if all the racing series did that? All you got to do is run second and wreck somebody. If that's the way it's going to be, but I don't agree with it at all.
Yeah, I didn't get to see, but all I saw was like that final lap or the lap or two, the highlight there. But yeah, Gouger was explaining to me last evening that Austin Dillon undoubtedly had the fastest car in the field. He had like a 2-second lead before the caution came out there on but 2 laps before the finish, 2 or 3, and so they were going into the green, white, checkered thing. And I guess on the restart, that's how Joey ended up getting the jump there. So I don't know.
He got up. He took over from the restart. Austin Dillon did have a fast car, but he couldn't get him in turn 1. So then when he got down into turn 3 and 4, he just didn't slow down and just ran into the back of Logano to slow himself down. He wouldn't have made the corner anyway.
Yeah.
He wasn't slowed down enough to even make the corner. Unless he pulled a Ross Chastain or something and just go along the wall wide open. He wasn't going to make that corner. But I don't know. I don't like it at all. But anyway,
there you go.
That was my weekend, and I appreciate you taking my call.
Thanks for dialing us up. Sorry about a weekend of loss there. Wow, so I pulled up from NASCAR's webpage the final running order. Austin Dillon, so Denny Hamlin 2nd, Tyler Reddick 3rd, Bubba Wallace 4, Ross Chastain winding out the top 5. Where did Logano end up? Yeah, after being put in the wall there, it looks like he was all the way down 20-something. 19th in the field. Okay. So from 1st to 19th in about a quarter of a lap. That's sometimes the way it works. Our number, 844-844-3388. All right, little shake, rattle, and roll. They say a lot of folks in downtown L.A. really felt this particular quake, even though it was smaller. It was a 4.4. The Geological Survey placed the epicenter of Monday's quake near the Highland Park neighborhood in the city's northeast, 3 miles from Pasadena, California, site of the New Year's Day Rose Parade. The tremor struck about 12:20 p.m. California time. It was felt as far to the north as Bakersfield and further south into San Diego, both of which are more than 100 miles from L.A. Los Angeles Fire said no significant infrastructure damage had been noted within the city. But more often than not, they say quakes between 2.5 and 5.4 typically result in minor or in many cases no damage. And now this one was particularly shallow at just 7.5 miles in depth. That's why so many more people were feeling it. Yeah, some locals say it rattled the glasses, the windows. Everybody was a little shook. That was a bartender at the Congregation Brewery in Pasadena. Now, the Geological Survey rated the tremors shaking as weak in most of Southern California, but strong in parts of Los Angeles and surrounding cities. Even some longtime Angelians, accustomed to the ground occasionally moving, were startled out of complacency. One recent UCLA graduate spending the summer in Westwood said, you almost don't believe it. It's like somebody's shaking the ground, and you're like, all right, quit playing around. The quake suddenly burst into the Travis and Sliwa show on ESPN Los Angeles as they were live, and that quickly became the topic of conversation right after the studio quivered while the hosts were on the air. The LA Times reported the 7th floor of their building near the airport swayed. The lights flickered, and some items fell off of store shelves in other parts of the city and the surrounding area. This trembler also hit on the first day of school for the Los Angeles Unified School District. They reported no damage to their facilities from the quake via an email to USA Today. I guess, day number 1 of back to school in L.A., here's an opportunity to have, what do you do in the event of an earthquake, right? Earthquake drills. It is 844-844-3388. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Monday into Tuesday. Also, happy Left-Handers Day to all my Southpaw friends. I just want to give everyone an update on the blind man. I found out that he's at a different rehab facility, and he has a new number. He's now dealing with the aftermath of having severe lumbar vertebrae fused. It continues to heal from that. Dealing with the post-op pain. Has a hard time staying up for the show once the meds kick in, obviously. He does not have a timeline to go home at this point. Other than that, he's hanging in there. Please keep him and all of our other listening friends in your prayers. Yes, we are continuously reminded how fragile life is. We got some clouds on a beautiful late summer night, 70 degrees on the porch at the home 20. All right, thank you for the update there, Eskimo Mom. It's been a while. Yeah, it's been a while since we've heard from the blind man. Okay, that kind of explains it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as we roll into a brand new day. Let's see, 13th day of August. August 13. Oh, let's see. It would have been this date 41 years ago. If memory serves, the 13th of August would have been a Saturday. And that would have been the day I got hitched. Yeah, I had to pick up the phone right as we hit the midnight hour to call the princess. Just so she knows I didn't forget. Happy anniversary. I think she was kind of surprised that I remembered. But 41 years. Happy anniversary, honey. I know she's not listening. She's over at Stevens. She did give me an update. I had a physical therapy session this past day, and he's doing very well. He actually reached the goal that they had set for like Thursday of this week, and it's only Monday, so yeah, got the knee bent. So getting things stretched out. I believe he's got another doctor's visit coming up later this morning, so the princess has spent the night with him. So Lauren can take him to the doctor. She'll keep the kids, the grandkids, and so there you go. Little update. Meanwhile, oil prices jumping Monday by 3% for a fifth consecutive session. Expectations that things may get ugly in the Middle East. The widening Middle Eastern conflict that could tighten global crude oil supplies. Brent crude futures settling at $82.30 a barrel, gaining $2.64, or up 3.3%. U.S. West Texas crude futures settled at $80.06, up more than $3, up $3.22 a barrel, at 4.2%. It's a pretty big one-day jump. Of course, the Defense Department said over the weekend they're going to send a guided missile submarine to the Middle East as the region braces for possible attacks on Israel by Iran and allies. We are piling assets on top of the other and giving the impression that if this turns hot, it could also turn ugly, according to the director of energy futures at Mizuho in New York. Now, if this all unfolds, a retaliation, an assault could lead to the U.S. to place embargoes on Iranian crude support or exports. That would potentially affect 1.5 million barrels per day of global supply. Meanwhile, Israeli forces continued operations near the southern Gaza City Monday, following an airstrike over the weekend on a school compound that killed at least 90. According to the Gaza Civil Emergency Service, Israel said the death toll is an inflated number. Hamas casting doubt on its participation in the new ceasefire talks, and they backed out of that on Sunday. So obviously the markets are increasingly concerned about a region-wide conflict there. A broader war could lead Israel to target Iranian oil, hamper crude output from other significant producers, including the likes of Iraq. Now, as far as our posturing is concerned, it really does kind of raise some eyebrows. Hurry up. America's top shooters are moving into position to target Iran, with Sunday night's announcement hastening the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, and moving the submarine, the USS Georgia, under U.S. Central Command's control, according to the Defense Secretary. We're making sure that Central Command is prepared to attack Iran and or its proxies if Tehran strikes Israel in the next few days. Air Force F-22 fighter jet pilots have already unpacked their bags at a Middle East base where they arrived August the 8th. Here are more top shooters under Central Command's operational control that we know of at this point. The guided missile submarine, the USS Georgia. It's very unusual for the Pentagon to make an announcement about secretive submarines. But then the USS Georgia is a very special vessel powered by a nuclear reactor. The Georgia began life as an Ohio-class boomer designed to carry nuclear weapons then underwent a high-tech conversion into a conventional guided missile attack submarine. Now she can carry an astounding 154 precision Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles and SEAL teams with mini submarines. Add in a highly advanced communication suite. The USS Georgia can stare down Iran all by herself, they say. We'll give you more on, and there's a lot more going on. Meanwhile, we got to get a news break as we close out hour number 1. Tensions in the Middle East. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-party, phony candidate, as Nick Harper is reporting.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The rape and murder of a medic has triggered a pan-India strike by doctors. All non-emergency services at government hospitals in more than 10 states and counting have been halted, hitting medical care for millions. Doctors say they want the government to ensure their security on hospital premises and a swift trial for the victim.
Doctors' unions say they are on an indefinite strike, one that may be causing inconvenience to patients in the short term, but is crucial for the longer-term safety of doctors across the country. Government-run hospitals in Delhi are now implementing contingency measures as the strike impacted several patients on Monday. Many had to be turned away as doctors opted out of holding consultations or conducting non-emergency surgeries. India's health ministry held talks with doctors on Monday, but it proved to be inconclusive. Doctors are demanding justice for the 31-year-old professional who was raped and murdered in a state-run hospital in the East Indian metropolis, Kolkata. They're also demanding stricter safety protocols for medical professionals in government hospitals. The police have arrested one accused in the case and say an investigation is ongoing. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Tropical storm Maria that lashed parts of Japan with historic levels of rain has been downgraded to a depression. But officials warn that heavy rain and flood risks could still linger.
An estimated 480 millimetres of rain fell on the city of Kuji in a 48-hour period. That's a record for the area, briefly triggering a level 5 emergency warning on Monday. Maria is just the third tropical storm that's hit this part of Japan's Pacific coast since records began. Now downgraded to a depression, but officials warn that landslides and flooding risks persist. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking again today at the crisis in Bangladesh following the ouster of repressive Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She fled last week to India. Microfinance pioneer Muhammad Yunus has returned to Dhaka in an effort to lead a caretaker government, but the outlook for that process is opaque. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The military is, as it so often is in these cases, is really crucial, and apparently it was the military that had kind of reached its tipping point and signaled to Hasina, as well as members of her family and some others, that she needed to leave the country, that they were not going to be, engaging in a violent crackdown on protesters. So the military could be, in place to back up and support a peaceful transfer of power. And yes, it currently seems to be outside the bounds of constitutional change. I think the country's trying to put things back together. That would seem to have to include the main opposition party, known as the BNP, and headed up by the longtime rival, another legendary woman figure in Bangladesh, Khaleda Zia. She was released from house arrest. She herself has been urging her followers for, quote, no destruction, revenge, or vengeance. So she wants to, basically help to contribute to democratic national elections.
Over the weekend, Muhammad Yunus paid tribute to student protesters who drove Sheikh Hasina from power, and he's included 2 of them in the advisory council now running things in Bangladesh. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on social media platform X. The rape and murder of a medic has triggered a pan-India strike by doctors. All non-emergency services at government hospitals across the country have been halted, hitting medical care for millions. Ukraine says it now controls more than 1,000 square kilometers of Russian border territory and is continuing its advance, even as Putin promises retaliation. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, another hour underway, round number 2. Just your week's off to a good start. What do we got? Tuesday, we turn the page, 13th day of August. Mid-August already, wow. Hello to Richard. Sent me a message via Facebook Messenger a few minutes ago, catching you on the radio 102.3 near Little Rock, Arkansas. He's in Fordyce, Arkansas. Good to hear you on the radio. All right. Good to be there. Hello to our friends near Little Rock. Meanwhile, we left off at the tensions in the Middle East. Very unusual to announce where the likes of a nuclear power submarine would be. I think they're obviously trying to convey the message to the leaders in Iran that this could get real ugly for you if you don't back down. Now, the USS Georgia was already on exercises in Europe, they tell us. It's positioning in the eastern Mediterranean. Her Tomahawk missiles have a roughly 1,000-mile range, which equates to very good coverage well into Iran. The most modern Tomahawks also have targeting update abilities while they're in flight that gives commanders maximum flexibility to act on fresh intelligence, they tell us. Also, 8 U.S. Navy destroyers, 6 in the Persian Gulf, 2 more in the Red Sea, per the Washington Post. Crews from ships like the USS Laboon have been whacking Houthi drones, missiles, and unmanned boats there for months. The DDG-51 Arleigh Burke-class destroyers can fire Tomahawks as well. But the destroyers will have some of their vertical launch tubes loaded with standard missiles for air defense across the region, as we saw when Iran attacked Israel back in April. 2 aircraft carriers. Austin ordered the aircraft carrier, the USS Abraham Lincoln, to speed up its transit from the Pacific to the Middle East, where the USS Theodore Roosevelt is already running sustained flight operations. Nuclear-powered carriers can charge ahead at 35 knots per hour without slacking off, since they do not refuel. This Middle East crisis has compelled Central Command to keep a carrier in the Red Sea almost non-stop for 10 months now, and has required 4 carriers, Ford, Eisenhower, Roosevelt, and Lincoln, to meet the tasking. Moving the Lincoln actually leaves the Navy 1 carrier short in the Pacific. Austin was touting the F-35C on the Lincoln by name Sunday because these stealthy carrier-based jets have tremendous radar and other sensor capabilities known to intimidate Iran. In an unusual twist, it's the U.S. Marine Corps squadron flying the F-35C. Other Marines fly the F-35B, vertical takeoff and landing variant with amphibious ships. But this squadron, the Black Knights of Marine Fighter Attack Squadron, VMFA 314, trains and flies as part of Carrier Air Wing 9. Marines flew from carriers in World War II. Don't be too shocked, they say, as well as Korea. Let's see, the FA-18EF Super Hornets. Yes, the very jet flown by Tom Cruise in Top Gun Maverick. Carrier Air Wing 11 on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt. 3 FA-18E squadrons. They've been busy day and night with air patrols against Houthi aggression in the Red Sea and doing their part knocking out Houthi drones, missiles, and unmanned boats. The ground attack variant of the F-15 air superiority fighter is affectionately known as the Mud Eagle and has been operating quietly in theater for ages. The F-15Es are true fighter bombers. Their most experienced pilots have thousands of combat hours from the anti-ISIS war. The 2-seat F-15Es carry air-to-air missiles, a gun, and any nuclear or conventional weapon in the U.S. Air Force inventory. Just so you know, Iran. Austin's choice to deploy America's top-of-the-line strike options serving 2 purposes. First, obviously, to deter Iran and constrain Iran's tactical options. as the mullahs mull what their retaliatory plans are going to be. But the specific choice of these forces is to provide Central Command with capability for sustained precision strikes against military targets in Iran or among Iran's militia groups. Of course, do not forget the U.S. B-2 bombers can reach any spot on the globe. Also, B-1 bombers were used by Central Command in attacks on Syrian targets. I wouldn't be surprised to see the B-1s in action again with their joint standoff missiles. Beyond that, expect Britain, France, regional allies like Jordan and others to also have forces in play. Of course, China is taking note of all this firepower. China's foreign ministry issued a statement over the weekend supporting Iran's dignity and right to self-defense, whatever that means. All right, Iran, of course, the center of the Mideast terror, and China is their top ally. So a lot of stuff happening out there. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Get to some of our industry headlines. Just ahead here, the FMCSA is giving the public an opportunity to let them know whether existing guidance documents need to be revised. They are scheduled to publish a notice in the Federal Register today, Tuesday, August 13. Once that happens, the public will have 30 days to provide feedback. What exactly does that mean? We'll break it down coming up. First, let's see what's going on with Mr. Solar Power Driver. Hello there, Heatwave.
Good morning, senor. Yeah, it seems like whenever I have to do a 34-hour restart out here on the road, that's when I become solar, and it's like, okay. But anyways, no, we spent some time home this weekend, well, Sunday, and we got a lot of stuff done. Tell you what, have you seen the price of wood lately?
Is what, going back through the roof again? I have not.
Well, I bought 16-foot by 6-inch wide by 2-inch thick pieces of wood for my trailer. I got a 16-foot Big Tech 70 PI. It was $300 for those 14 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they quoted me that about 2 years ago, and I thought prices of wood had gone down. But, no, I guess it's still sky damn high. So, but anyways, and then I put 4 new tires on that trailer because the other ones were 10 years and older. And, yeah, you're not really supposed to be running with them tires being that old.
Right.
So I says, well, let's just go ahead and take care of it. I do have a question about the grease. Is the Hot Shot Secrets grease, does that work with the grease that may already be in the bearings of my trailer, perhaps, or do I need to pull the bearings out, clean them up, and then put in the Hot Shot Secret grease?
Oh, I've never been asked that question, Heatwave. You got me off guard.
Cha-ching. Okay. Well, we'll just, I guess we'll call their 800 number and ask them direct then. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Oh, so, anyways. Well, I sure am sorry to hear about Captain Ron's issues with the family. And of course, he said he'd like to go the same way, just be asleep when it happens. Well, as far as me, I like to go out of this world the same way I came into it, by accident. So, too soon? I hear you.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so, no, I've got these damn towers out here on 25, normally where I have service, been a little fuzzy lately, and I guess that's due to all the rain we've been getting up this way. So, I mean, it is monsoon season like you were talking about. And, yeah, we've been getting some pretty good rainfall. Of course, it's kind of hit and miss with a monsoon. It's not like the whole area gets hit. You know, you may be cloudy, but it just depends on where it figures out it's the heaviest, and that's when the downpours happen. So I'm over here just north of Las Vegas, New Mexico, and we got partly cloudy skies out here, and you can see the stars. I ain't seeing no Perseid meteors coming down, but that's another story. So, yeah, I tell you what, I guess y'all heard about the X being attacked by, I guess what they
I'm hearing some sort of a cyber attack or hack attack. Yeah.
You know, Trump doesn't hire just any old lackey off the street to build anything, whether it be buildings, golf courses, you know, his internet sites or whatnot. And, you know, and I'm sure Elon decides, you know, how his is going to be done, and he probably has the best there is to build and maintain their systems. Well, you know, both Trump systems and, of course, Elon's got hacked or, you know, ate up or whatever. He said all Kamala could do was just cackle, you know, like it was the funniest thing to her. And I really don't think she understands what this means. If this is an attack brought on by foreign entities, you know, anything that attacks her campaign, which I'm sure it won't, but if it did, I mean, she's vulnerable too.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are vulnerable as candidates and owners of companies, you know, that kind of makes the rest of the government vulnerable as well. So she shouldn't be cackling too damn much. She ought to be doing her job, whatever her job is, and, you know, try to figure out what's going on here. But it seems like she's running on personality. Now, when's the last time personality has ever produced good policies? I don't know. Maybe Reagan, but I mean, he had policies to go with his personality. Trump, yeah, I agree. Sometimes he's a little rough around the edges. You know, he just rubs people the wrong way with, you know, the way he talks. But Trump is a white-collar guy with a blue-collar attitude. And he's just going to tell you how the cow ate the cabbage, whether you like it or not. It's his policies that people ought to be looking into and saying, you know, yes, we were better off 4 years ago than what we are with this imbecile and idiot in the White House now. And, of course, you've heard Kamala saying, first day in office, I'm going to take care of the border. First day in office, I'm going to do fracking.
I thought that was her job right now. I mean, why do you have to? Why do you have to wait to be elected? I mean, that's your duty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and then, you know, the deal is they have the named media brands, ABC, NBC, CBS, and their offshoots. They're all fawning over this woman. They're cleaning up her background. And I'm sure y'all probably talked about it last week, and I do apologize if I'm preaching to the choir the same subjects you already been hearing about. But I mean, you know, it's aggravating, Steve.
Well,
it really is, you know, and I mean, they really haven't gotten into full campaigns on the TV. But I'm already tired of it. You know, I can see where the Democrats, you know, are flip-flopping like Kamala is. You know, she's flip-flopping like she's changing dresses after one-night stands.
Well, they pointed out this past day that she has not done one unscripted interview. Now, no, you know, spontaneous interviews. Today would be, rolling into 23 days now. Everything that she's doing out there is ultimately totally scripted. But, we got to pause there, get a quick timeout. As far as the live broadcast via X, Elon Musk did here a few hours ago give a bit more detail, saying that, of course, they were slated for a live interview at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. However, at the last moment, Musk said the social media platform was going through a massive DDoS attack that could lead to limited live listeners. In a post detailing the attack, Musk wrote, "There appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X. We're working on shutting it down. Worst case, we'll proceed with a smaller number of live listeners and post the conversation later. We will proceed with the smaller number of concurrent listeners at 8:30 Eastern Time, then post the unedited audio immediately thereafter." In a subsequent post, he explained that the social media platform was tested with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier in the day to ensure smooth operations during the Trump interview. Now, what is a DDoS? Distributed Denial of Service attacks. Those are malicious attempts to make the services of an online service unavailable by disrupting or suspending the services of the online servers. The cybersecurity company Norton stated that DDoS is a type of hacking attack that aims to disrupt the normal operations of a targeted server service or network by flooding it with internet traffic. Overwhelmed with traffic, the server or the network can no longer handle normal requests, which causes it to either significantly slow down or, in some cases, crash altogether. Meanwhile, a Microsoft support page states that DDoS attacks the target websites and servers by disrupting network services in an attempt to exhaust an application's resources. That they said that although DDoS attacks are wide-reaching and target all sorts of industries, some industries like gaming, online commerce, and telecommunications are targeted more often than others. So that's what was going on. It'd be interesting to pull up the interview. I think Roku said they're stating that they had 16 million viewers on that. Is that correct? Trying to pull it up. Okay, X is reporting 16.7 million viewed Trump's chat this past evening with Elon Musk. All right, Timothy, a cool 65 degrees here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. And Lois chimes in this morning. She says, happy anniversary to Steve and Lisa. Back on August the 8th, Jack and I celebrated 67 years married. Wow. Well, congratulations on that. Yeah, if Paul Harvey were still with us, good day. You would have probably made it on his show. 67 years. He always liked to highlight those couples because, especially in this day and age, you don't see a lot of anniversaries of that length. So there you go. Congratulations. Quickly, let me get back to the FMCSA, which will be posting today. The FMCSA will be reviewing their existing guidance documents to evaluate their continued necessity and determine whether they should be updated or maybe eliminated. As part of this review, the FMCSA invites the public to identify and provide some input on existing guidance documents that would be good candidates for revision or rescission. Scrap them. The Fixing America's Service Transportation Act of 2015 requires them to conduct a comprehensive review at least once every 5 years to ensure all their guidance documents are consistent and clear, uniformly and consistently enforced, and still necessary. Now, the last time they reviewed was back in 2020. Personal conveyance, one of the FMCSA's guidance documents that received some scrutiny in recent years, has been personal conveyance, the movement of a commercial vehicle for personal use while off duty. The FMCSA has issued guidance for claiming the use of the provision in recording hours of service. And I quote, "A driver may record time operating a commercial motor vehicle for personal conveyance, i.e. for personal use or reasons, as off-duty only when the driver is relieved from work and all responsibility from performing work by the motor carrier. The commercial motor vehicle may be used for personal conveyance even if it is laden, since the load is not being transported for the commercial benefit of the carrier at that time. Personal conveyance does not reduce a driver's or carrier's responsibility to operate safely. Carriers can establish personal conveyance limitations either within the scope of or more restrictive than this guidance, such as banning the use of a commercial vehicle for personal conveyance purposes, or imposing a distance limitation on personal conveyance, or prohibiting personal conveyance while the vehicle is laden. In recent years, the CVSA had petitioned the FMCSA to add a maximum distance or time to a trucker's personal conveyance provision. The FMCSA has repeatedly denied that petition. Now, they do point out OOIDA, representing small business truckers, support truckers' ability to utilize personal conveyance. All right, we'll be back following a news break here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Nick Harper. Russian President Vladimir Putin is vowing to kick the enemy out as Ukraine continues to push into Russian territory. Regional authorities have reported a dozen civilians have been killed, over 100 wounded, and tens of thousands have had to relocate since Kiev began its operation inside Russian territory last week. Ever since Daria Bunachuk reports from Moscow.
Speaking at a meeting with top security and defense officials on Monday, Putin said Ukraine's latest attack was aimed at destabilizing Russia and gaining leverage in possible future peace talks. The acting governor of the Kursk region, Alexei Smirnov, reported that Ukrainian forces had pushed 12 kilometers into the Russian territory across a 40-kilometer front line and took control over 28 Russian settlements.
US presidential candidate Kamala Harris has seen more enthusiasm and momentum with her campaign raising millions of dollars over the course of the weekend. Harris and her running mate Tim Walz have finished a multi-state tour and managed to raise $12 million during an event in California on Sunday.
At a fundraiser in San Francisco, former US Speaker Nancy Pelosi told guests that Kamala Harris brings so much joy and she gives us so much hope. The event, coinciding with the end of a multi-state tour for Harris and her campaign, raised $12 million. Enthusiasm among voters for Harris is high, with the New York Times poll in recent days showing she's leading Donald Trump in the critical states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. The campaign has revealed it's set to target Democratic voters living overseas this election, spending $100,000 to encourage 9 million Americans abroad to vote for Harris. It says the party is leaving no stone left unturned to ensure that she will be the next president of the United States. Mitch McCann, New York.
Ex-owner Elon Musk will interview Donald Trump live on the platform later on Monday. The tech entrepreneur is previewing the unscripted event by saying it should be highly entertaining, with Musk promising to ask Trump questions with no limits on subject matter. Musk's own account, with more than 193 million followers, will host the interview. More than 600 Greek firefighters are continuing to battle a dangerous wildfire near Athens. Eversense South Europe correspondent Giles Gibson has more.
Greek authorities have deployed 17 special planes and 15 helicopters to assist hundreds of firefighters on the ground. The fire broke out on Sunday in Varnavas, a town northeast of Athens. The Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis has cut short his holiday and returned to the capital after a dry winter and record-breaking heat in July, and so far in August, authorities have been battling intense wildfires in much of southern Europe this summer.
From Bureaus Worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Welcome back. Good to have you with us. Closing out a Monday. Hello to Big John. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hope everybody's doing well. Looking forward to next weekend because it's birthday weekend. We're going to head to Amish country for some good food and relaxation. Everybody stay safe. Have a good week from your friend Big John. All right, happy birthday in advance, right? Enjoy that time there in Amish country. And next on the list, right on the heels of Debbie. All right, we're tracking our next, well, it's named a named storm, Tropical Storm Ernesto. Forming on Monday across the central Atlantic, sweeping through the Caribbean, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, and rough surf into midweek. All right, the tropical rainstorm strengthened, becoming a tropical storm on Monday, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So officially claiming the next name on the Atlantic season list, which is Ernesto. By the midweek, forecasters warned that this feature could ramp up to at least a Category 1 hurricane as it travels across the warm waters just north of Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, where ocean temperatures in that zone are well above the minimum threshold for tropical development, which is normally about 78, 79 degrees. Waters there running between 82 and 86. AccuWeather hurricane experts warn that areas of the Leeward Islands, Puerto Rico, Hispaniola will all be impacted by Ernesto in the coming days, as the storm takes a general west-northwesterly track through midweek. Wind shear is expected to be pretty light as it moves through the northeastern Caribbean islands, which will allow Ernesto to maintain that tropical storm strength at least. After moving through the islands, it'll likely be drawn northward by an amplified southward dip in the jet stream, pulling it away from the Bahamas and the United States. A big sigh of relief at this point for those in the southeast, right? Even though these areas will likely avoid direct impacts, a strengthening storm will, of course, allow strong waves to reach the beaches, dangerous seas, and rip currents along the southeastern coast of the USA. At this time, the storm expected to veer northward, then slightly northeast by late week, potentially then ramping up to a major hurricane, Category 3 or higher, for a time before setting its sights on Bermuda by next weekend. Now, forecasters note while the storm's expected to journey towards Bermuda, if it takes a bit more of a southerly track initially, it could be pushed closer to the east coast. As Ernesto advances westward and scrapes the Leeward Islands early this week, it will produce rounds of rain across the region. The outer rain bands were already reaching the Lesser Antilles by midday this past day, now overspreading the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico into today, Tuesday. So heavy rain will pose the risk of flash flooding and mudslides across the islands, especially across the mountainous terrain. In general, tropical rain totals will be in the 4 to 8 inches range from Guadalupe, Antigua, Barbuda, Montserrat, St. Kitts and Nevis, and the Virgin Islands, as well as Puerto Rico. So we'll keep an eye on things, but the last thing folks, especially like in the Eastern Carolinas, need is another tropical feature bringing torrential rains to those areas. Eagle is on board this Tuesday. Wanted to chime in a little bit about the NASCAR world. What's happening, Eagle?
I'm going to talk about sports. First call, I might try to call in later if you ain't got too many people. Talk about Donald Trump and politics. I don't like what I'm seeing with Donald Trump the last couple of days, but I'll get to that later on. I want to talk about NASCAR, Steve, and the race that took place at Richmond, and then I want to talk about truck driving issues too.
Okay. Hey, can you get your headset maybe a little closer? It sounds like it's a little distant there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
That's better.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, I'm driving right now. I normally don't drive at night. Unfortunately, I got screwed over by my dispatcher today. I got to roll all night long. I got to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning, so I'm going to be running all night. Hopefully I don't fall asleep. But, yeah. Okay, Steve. Yeah, I always talk about NASCAR deal. Now, this guy that won the race yesterday, okay, he drives the number 3 car, Dale Earnhardt, old car. And he really doesn't deserve to drive that car to begin with. Only reason he drives is because his father owns grandfather owns the team. Richard Childress owns the team. Now, the way this guy won the race yesterday, like I say, I don't watch NASCAR as much as I used to, Steve, because NASCAR is taking the fun out of the game, with all the different rules and stipulations that they have, and it's basically just the IROC race. You can't even tell. They put a different logo on the front of the hood of the car. You can't tell a Chevrolet from a Ford or all of them look alike, as far as I'm concerned. But the way this guy won the race yesterday, Steve, see, there's a difference between way Earnhardt. Yeah, Earnhardt he used to hit people, but he didn't wreck people when he made a pass to get by somebody. That takes talent to do that. And this guy here doesn't have talent enough. He couldn't carry Dale Earn's jockstrap. This guy, the way he raced yesterday, the way he hit Joey Logano and ended his race and put him in the wall. That's not the way you handle business. That's not the way you win a race. You don't wreck another individual trying to win. You try to pass the guy, you can bump him in the back to get him out of the groove, and then you drive on by like Dale Earnhardt used to do, a real race car driver. You don't hit somebody, basically drive right over the guy. That's what he did. Go right over Joey Logano and wrecked him, and then he wrecked Denny Hamlin. But he's going to pay for that, because I guarantee you Denny Hamlin ain't going to put up with that, because he ended Denny Hamlin's race too, just to get a victory. Yeah, everybody wants to win, Steve, but there's a right way of winning and a wrong way of winning. And the way that guy won yesterday was the wrong way. You go back to Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt at Bristol a long time ago. Dale Earnhardt won the race on the last lap. He got into Terry Labonte's back bumper, got him out of the groove, and drove right on past him for the victory. But Terry Labonte was still able to finish the race. That's the way you race. That's the way a professional car racer drives. You don't wreck somebody to win a race. And like I said, he ought to be ashamed of himself what he did in NASCAR. Ought to penalize that guy or have some type of money come out of his pocket for what he did, because these cars are very expensive. Joey Logano was up front all day long, and his team went through a lot of expense and everything to get him up front and have a good car, and then to have it like that. It makes no sense, Steve, to drive like that, to wreck somebody out just to win a damn race. You talk to the top guys. You talk to Jeff Gordon. You talk to Dale Earnhardt Jr. and several other top people, and I guarantee you they wouldn't race like that to win no damn race. So he needs to take a real good look at himself in the mirror, because he shouldn't be proud. And I guarantee you, Dale Earnhardt, I don't like speaking for the dead, but I guarantee you Dale Earnhardt wouldn't like the way he won that race either, because, like I said, he's driving his car, the number 3 vehicle. Now, let's get to the trucking issues, Steve, because I've talked to you about this before. I keep seeing these guys on these YouTube videos, and it's the same company over and over and over. Sometimes you have different companies out there. Before I get to the YouTube, I want to talk about the Amazon. I want to talk about these Amazon drivers, Steve. These guys have replaced FedEx as the worst drivers on the road out here now. They basically have a lot of foreigners running their trucks, and that's all you see when you riding down the interstate. That's all you see is Amazon trucks wrecked. All you see is Amazon trucks pulled over by law enforcement. They don't slow down in the damn. You come up to a road construction, they roll right on through. They ride your back bumper. I had a guy I was going through road construction the other day. Amazon truck inches off of my back bumper going through road construction. They don't respect the other truck drivers. They don't respect the construction workers that are out there working. FedEx used to have that problem until they put governors on their truck. FedEx used to run 75, 80 miles an hour, and now FedEx is only running like 65, 60, 60. Now, you don't have no problem with FedEx trucks no more, because they ain't fast enough to run nobody off the road no more. But Amazon, a lot of their trucks don't have no governors on them, and these guys are just totally out of control, Steve. Something needs to be done about these Amazon. I know they're on a timeline. They got to get these packages delivered, but you can't deliver the package if your truck is wrecked, if you land over in the side of the road, right. Because these guys are just flat out dangerous, these Amazon drivers, and something really needs to be done about these guys. They'll put some governors on their trucks and shut them down to 65 miles an hour, and that'll solve that problem right there, because these guys are just totally out of control at Amazon. Now, let me focus on one other thing right quick before I hang up with you, Steve, when the trucking industry, and that's about these videos that I keep seeing of these prime drivers, these prime companies. See, these guys, there's a sucker born every minute, Steve. These guys, prime, they got their own truck driving school, and they take truck drivers straight out of trucking school, and they tell these idiots that they're going to be a owner operator, and they put these guys in these lease trucks, and then they get in the lease truck, come to find out they can't make the truck payment after they don't pay all the fuel, all the truck payments, and then whatever else Prime decide to take out of their paycheck. They go home with little to nothing, and all you see is these guys on YouTube crying and whining about how Prime is screwing them over, that they're not making no money. Well, see, first of all, Steve, I've told you this several times. When you're a lease driver, and I don't care who gets offended, because I know you got several guys that drive lease trucks that listen to you. All you are is a company driver that's making a truck payment. That's all you are. You don't own that truck. Stop making the payments on that truck. Stop making the weekly payments on the truck, and you'll find out if it's yours when you walk out to the truck in the morning and they got a tow truck getting ready to tow it back to Prime. You'll find out if it's your truck or not. See, you don't own that truck, just like I don't own this truck. But see, they're not taking no money out of my truck pocket to drive this truck. I'd rather stay in a company truck and let these guys pay all the bills, Steve. Ain't one dime coming out of my pocket. They pay for my fuel and anything. A truck break down, whatever it needs, they pay for it. And I'm happy just riding around in a company truck making a pocket full of money. So like I'm gonna repeat myself one more time. And for those of you who get offended, that's your problem, not mine. If you're driving a lease truck, you're nothing but a company driver that's making a truck payment. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, Eagle. Have a good morning. It's about 13 before the hour. It's 844-844-3388. What do you say? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the truck driver charged in a fatal crash on Interstate 70 last week says he thought he was properly licensed. I thought. 26-year-old Walter Montejo was arraigned Thursday, August the 8th, for the August 5th wreck, pleading not guilty to 2 counts of first-degree involuntary manslaughter, 1 count of second-degree assault, and driving with a suspended license. According to KWOS, during the virtual arraignment at the Boone County Courthouse in Missouri, Montejo told the judge through his interpreter that he did not understand the driving while revoked charges. He thought he had a license. He also pointed out that he had been working to get a Social Security number. Montejo was allegedly traveling at a high rate of speed before crashing head-on into a U-Haul with 2 women inside, both of which perished. And Montejo is scheduled for a bond hearing. He was scheduled for that this past afternoon, but that was an update from CDL Life this past day. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Good morning, Your Honor. Oh, so where do we go with all this? How do you pay taxes if you don't have a Social Security number? You have to have a Social Security number to pay taxes when you work? Doesn't your employer have to file your taxes under your Social Security number? Huh. Interesting. To Big John, which Amish country is he going to? Is he coming out here to Lancaster, Pennsylvania, or the Indiana? Or you guys got some Amish there in Ohio? Or
yeah.
Where's he going to go visit the Amish there? I'm wondering if he's going to be in my backyard up here. But anyways, maybe he'll go and expand on his thing there for you. So let's see. Can we start off a list of names for Eagle? Can we start off with probably like Jeff Bodine, Ernie Irvin, Rusty Wallace, Bill Elliott, Jeff Gordon. The hell, I can't think of his name right now. What the hell's Jaws' name? You know who I mean.
Jaws.
The one that was the announcer. Yeah.
Waltrip.
The one that always ran it. Waltrip. Darrell Waltrip. I mean, Sterling Marlin, and especially the Jeff Bodine. Both the Burtons. I am sure that they all will say that they were intentionally wrecked by Earnhardt, without a doubt. I think we've seen Earnhardt do it quite a few times. It wasn't a bad thing to do. And no, he never intentionally wrecked anybody to try to injure them. He just was making his advance, and in the process of wrecking other cars to make his advance, how many times did we see him take himself out of the race? I mean, yeah, the grass in the pass was spectacular, but that was 1 in 10, 1 in 25. How many other times, did we watch that Earnhardt was, definitely had the faster hot rod, but when he went to put himself in the position to get around somebody, that he actually wrecked himself in the process of doing it.
Well, did not I don't know if you were with us last evening, but I mean, for as much as I don't get to watch NASCAR anymore because I'm typically sleeping Sunday afternoons when the races are on. But I mean, Gouger last evening said that Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin, either or both of them would have done this if they had a faster car. They wouldn't have hesitated to take Dillon out.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And the thing is that the problem with the cars today, the car of tomorrow, the car of whatever it is now, is so balanced to the point it's on the verge of wrecking by sneezing on it. And anything you do to upset its air, upset its weight balance, upset its grip, it's almost a guaranteed wreck.
Yeah.
So you can't do anything but wreck another car by getting into them anymore. And the problem is that everything is all equalized, as Eagle did say. All it is IROC. Is what we always used to watch. Is IROC racing is one car to a template, and the powertrain is the same no matter what block is being used for the powertrain. The engine block, and everything is equalized, and there's very, very few tricks that can be made by the car builder, the mechanic, and so it leaves it to the driver to try to find that one open space that you can kind of squeeze into, or take the air off of somebody, or you give them a little rub in a corner. And when you give them a rub in a corner, they're going in the wall.
Yeah.
There's no two choices about it anymore. you used to be able to save cars, and now you don't. So I don't know. It's the major reason I don't watch NASCAR anymore is because it's just gotten to the point that it's not racing anymore. And the problem is when people do get wrecked, then they know they're going to wreck somebody themselves if they're in that position in the next race. Well, I shouldn't say that it started, but I think it's worse now than it was. But Jeff Gordon used to, and boy, I tell you, you touch Glory Boy there back in the day, and boy, you got the sobbing out of it. And then of course his driver there, Jimmy Johnson, did we run out of crying towels? I know the stock was way up high on crying towels for Jimmy Johnson.
At one point,
so
I just pulled up. I just came across a meme from yesterday. It was from the NASCAR racing series, and the heading is Austin Dillon carrying on a tradition. The top photograph is there's none other than the Intimidator with the vehicle in front of it. The number 5 Kellogg's. I'm trying to remember, was that Terry Labonte back in the day? Whoever it was, but yeah, he got him sideways, and just below that, an almost identical picture of Joey Logano with Austin Dillon, moving him around. So
hey, keep me over from the news there. I got one more.
We are to that time, aren't we? We'll be back after this.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja Series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-party, phony candidate, as Nick Harper is reporting.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The rape and murder of a medic has triggered a pan-India strike by doctors. All non-emergency services at government hospitals in more than 10 states and counting have been halted, hitting medical care for millions. Doctors say they want the government to ensure their security on hospital premises and a swift trial for the victim.
Doctors' unions say they are on an indefinite strike, one that may be causing inconvenience to patients in the short term, but is crucial for the longer-term safety of doctors across the country. Government-run hospitals in Delhi are now implementing contingency measures as the strike impacted several patients on Monday. Many had to be turned away as doctors opted out of holding consultations or conducting non-emergency surgeries. India's health ministry held talks with doctors on Monday, but it proved to be inconclusive. Doctors are demanding justice for the 31-year-old professional who was raped and murdered in a state-run hospital in the East Indian metropolis, Kolkata. They're also demanding stricter safety protocols for medical professionals in government hospitals. The police have arrested one accused in the case and say an investigation is ongoing. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Tropical storm Maria that lashed parts of Japan with historic levels of rain has been downgraded to a depression. But officials warn that heavy rain and flood risks could still linger.
An estimated 480 millimetres of rain fell on the city of Kuji in a 48-hour period. That's a record for the area, briefly triggering a level 5 emergency warning on Monday. Maria is just the third tropical storm that's hit this part of Japan's Pacific coast since records began. Now downgraded to a depression, but officials warn that landslides and flooding risks persist. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking again today at the crisis in Bangladesh following the ouster of repressive Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She fled last week to India. Microfinance pioneer Muhammad Yunus has returned to Dhaka in an effort to lead a caretaker government, but the outlook for that process is opaque. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The military is, as it so often is in these cases, is really crucial, and apparently it was the military that had kind of reached its tipping point and signaled to Hasina, as well as members of her family and some others, that she needed to lead the country, that they were not going to be, engaging in a violent crackdown on protesters. So the military could be, in place to back up and support a peaceful transfer of power. And yes, it currently is seems to be outside the bounds of constitutional change. I think the country's trying to put things back together. That would seem to have to include the main opposition party, known as the BNP, and headed up by the longtime rival, another legendary woman figure in Bangladesh, Khaleda Zia. She was released from house arrest. She herself has been urging her followers for, quote, no destruction, revenge, or vengeance. So she wants to, basically help to contribute to democratic national elections.
Over the weekend, Muhammad Yunus paid tribute to student protesters who drove Sheikh Hasina from power, and he's included 2 of them in the advisory council now running things in Bangladesh. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on social media platform X. The rape and murder of a medic has triggered a pan-India strike by doctors. All non-emergency services at government hospitals across the country have been halted, hitting medical care for millions. Ukraine says it now controls more than 1,000 square kilometers of Russian border territory and is continuing its advance, even as Putin promises retaliation. And that is the latest feature story news.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
thank you much. Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those maybe just joining us this hour as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into a Tuesday. All right, so here we are, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another comfortable night outside the secret bunker. Yeah, a little bit warmer over the... Hey, we're down in the mid-50s there Monday morning. Hanging in at 66 degrees at this hour. It's probably because we got the cloud cover. A little bit of a blanket effect out there. Roy just forwarded interesting story following former President Trump and the interview with Elon Musk a few hours ago. As it was set to commence 8 p.m. Eastern Time, faced a mysterious delay due to a massive distributed denial of service attack that ultimately pushed the start time to about 8:45 p.m. At this point, the origins, they say, remain unclear, but it's just added to the chaos surrounding the Harris-Walz campaigns. Musk addressed the situation on social media, stating there appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X, working on shutting it down. All right, so we mentioned earlier that he said they had tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier in the day. Emmy-nominated investigative reporter Catherine Hedridge posting on X. This is a cyber attack designed to cripple a network resource server, overwhelming it with traffic to make it unavailable for users. Now, despite the attack, the space managed to draw 1.2 million listeners at the moment. In the wake of this monumental event, emails from Harris and Walz campaigns teams reveal a state of utter panic. They sent an email with the subject, "The two worst people you know are live this evening." Now, she said Kamala is so triggered right now that this is the headline of an email her campaign sent out. Democrats want all tech executives to be Democrats. This is a foreshadowing of how Kamala would target and shut down conservative business owners like Elon Musk. That was a quote from Laura Loomer. They accused Elon of controlling the democracy in America. Let me see. Right now, Elon Musk is interviewing Donald Trump live on Twitter. We're not calling it X. It's not enough that Musk has pledged to donate millions of dollars to help re-elect Trump. He's using his purchased platform, one of the largest social media sites in the world, to spread Trump's unhinged, hateful agenda to millions of Americans. The email continued with an urgent plea for donations. If that's all you need to hear, then chip in $25 now to help Kamala and Tim have the resources to respond to their lies. Otherwise, let us remind you why this is a big deal. The richest person in the world is a lackey for Team MAGA. Musk has already ruined Twitter by allowing hate speech and disinformation to flood the platform. Now Musk is using his vast fortune and broad reach to try to control our democracy. Trump has been speaking for over an hour to over 1 million people about his winning agenda for the American people. Kamala is big time mad about this as she continues to refuse to speak to the media, to do an interview, or even explain what platform she's even running on. Okay. Oh, back and forth we go. Election year. Gotta love it. Tensions running high. All right, back to horse feathers here. Thanks for hanging in there. Did you tune into any of that via X earlier or no?
No, I didn't even know any of it was going on, to tell you the truth. So, no. But anyway, so what platform is it that that Harris is running on? I mean, shouldn't she be all over this whole problem if she's the AI czar? Wait a minute. Hey, do you realize AI is 2 words?
I don't know. I thought they said she's supposed to unveil her, quote, platform sometime this week, but many folks are saying, well, she was running for president technically in 2020. She laid out her platform then. Now, I guess apparently there's maybe a number of things that her platform may be different now than they were then. Are those
it should
flip-flops?
Yeah, her platform should be completely different because it should be based on all the things that she's accomplished. Like Ranger always says, tell me your accomplishments. So her platform should be based on all of her accomplishments as vice president. I got crickets. What's
good luck with
accomplishments,
that.
Your Honor?
Good
I got
luck.
crickets.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. So anyways, now I don't know if this was true or somebody made this up to put it on the internet or whatever, but is the NFL going to go the way of NASCAR? I saw this deal about this whole kickoff thing. They're going to change the whole kickoff thing, the way where they kick off from.
Yes,
and where
I saw that.
line's going to be.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I believe that is correct. Yeah, I mean, I guess in the last several seasons, it's been almost every kickoff. It goes into the end zone. There's no return, and they move it out to the 20. They want some of these kickoffs to be returned. I think that's what they're trying to make happen, if I understood it right.
Yeah, but the way I see it set up, that I mean, if the ball doesn't fall in this certain spot and the certain way, then but there's so many different things that if it goes out of bounds, it goes to the 30. If it goes into the end, goes through the end zone, I think it comes out to the 30. No, if it went out of bounds, it went to the 40. If it went through the end zone, it came out to the 30. If it was like a normal touchback or something, it was like a 20. But I don't know. There's going to be so much confusion in this, and then each team has to have their line in a certain spot, and no onside kick until the 4th period.
And you gotta let them know you're going to do it all. You gotta let them know in advance. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to mail them a letter or something from the previous week saying you're going to do an onside kick in the 4th quarter at a certain time. What? You know, if the NFL keeps producing this type of rulemaking, which we had their issues with them with, kneeling. Remember kneeling, Your Honor?
Yes.
Remember not wanting to be there for the national anthem or turning your back or, I don't know. Remember the Dallas Cowboys wanting to put a patch on the uniform for their police officers that were shot?
Yeah.
And that wasn't allowed. At some point, the NFL is going to get themselves that they're gonna just get so that their fans don't want to put up with all the crap. They're going there to see a football game. I mean, we used to joke around that you go to a hockey game to watch a boxing match break out, but the NFL is getting to the point that they're going to be too much IROC and this and that, and I already don't really watch the NFL at all because of the other things that I listed, but this is just one more thing, Your Honor, and I don't want to have to try to keep track of where my team is kicking the ball to and making sure it lands in the exact location so that, the designated receiver can have it kicked to him. I don't know. Whatever. But,
well, you're not the only one apparently confused. I mean, according to the CBS Sports report, they're saying even the officiating crews were confused with, I guess these were the first. If we learned one thing about the new kickoff rule through the first week of preseason, It's that the Kansas City Chiefs might want to study up on it a little more this week, and the NFL might want to brush up on the rule with their officiating crews, because there was some major confusion during the Chiefs game in Jacksonville. The Chiefs were involved in what was easily the most bizarre kickoff play of the weekend. The craziness started after the Jaguars scored a touchdown with just 26 seconds left in the first half. After the score, the Jags kicked the ball off. That's when something peculiar happened. The ball landed in the end zone, but then it bounced back into the field of play, coming to a stop at the 1-yard line. At that point, Mecole Hardman stepped into the end zone and touched the ball with the assumption that this would give the Chiefs a touchback. There was just a safety on an NFL kickoff in the Chiefs-Jaguars game. What is happening? Was the question. The officiating crew on the field actually ruled the play a touchback, but that soon changed after they reviewed the situation. Under last year's rule, if a kickoff landed in the end zone on the fly, it was immediately a dead ball. So if this had happened last year, it would have been an automatic touchback. But apparently under this new rule, that's not the case. Jaguars coach was told by his coaching staff that the play should have been ruled a safety. So he had a talk with the officials, and that's when the crew decided to review it. I'm just glad they went to review, he said, after the 26-13 win. The ball landed in the end zone, and now by rule, that's still a live ball. Yeah, last year, that would have been down. It would have been dead. The ball comes out to the 25 last year. Now the ball is live. So the ball was in the end zone. It came out to about the half-yard line. The returner was in the end zone but pulled the ball back into the end zone when he took a knee, so safety. That's the rule. It's a safety. Okay. He explained it was a live ball, which means the Chiefs needed to return it. Grabbing the ball and pulling it back into the end zone was not an option for Hardman at that point. After reviewing the play, the refs ruled that in fact was a safety. Even the Chiefs coach didn't really seem to understand why the play was a safety. So there's a good chance Hardman was simply doing what he'd been coached to do in a situation like that. Normally when a ball goes in the end zone and you touch it there, then it's a dead ball, but we'll get it cleared up and see what they come up with, according to Reed after the game. Okay. As for Hardman, he said he's glad that this game didn't count, and he got to learn a lesson the hard way. I'm glad this didn't count. Let's get this figured out. What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on?
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Freightwaves had an interesting breakdown by Robert Reeder, who is the CEO of DHL Global Forwarding USA, who said having the right inventory in place at the right time and in the right quantities has become a meticulous planning exercise that begins months, even a year in advance. And while the peaks of recent years have varied in length and scale, retailers have typically done a solid job of ensuring that their own Turbo Men or Furbies, whatever's going to be popular in a given year, are ready and available to meet demand. This year could be the exception. An important thing to note is that the peak shopping season is always logically preceded by a peak shipping season. Or in most cases, too, as the bulk of inventory is shipped by ocean between August and October, and the higher value or more urgent or unexpectedly popular stock would be shipped by air from mid-September on. This year, with retailers in the U.S. already running down their inventory levels and enjoying spare warehousing capacity, looking to capitalize on a short-lived drop in freight rates and bringing their orders forward to avoid potential disruption from the U.S. East Coast port negotiations and the risk of increased China tariffs after the November elections, we've seen a surge in ocean freight volumes. All indications are that the ocean freight peak season is coming 2 months earlier than usual this year. And with ocean rates spiking due to the increased demand and ongoing capacity issues, with continued threats to carriers transiting the Red Sea, the port congestion in Asia, the outlook for those who have not yet brought in their inventory for this year's holiday season is going to be challenging. The air freight market, already overbooked with e-commerce volumes out of the Asian Pacific, is unlikely to offer much of a respite. So for many retailers who were unable to get ahead of the early shipping peak, what's your options? There is some good news. Since the pandemic, the supply chain industry has become highly adept to unexpected surges and disruptions in the trade flows. But if you're able to ship today, it's likely that some of the worst case scenarios for disruptions will not transpire, or at least that your logistics providers will be putting contingency plans and creative solutions in place to navigate around them. Examples of this include routing cargo around ports that may be impacted and combining modes such as sea and air to bypass some of the high-risk areas or the bottlenecks. Another positive is technology has advanced pretty significantly. More providers can give you visibility on cargo flows and events that allow you to react in real time. Advancements in AI and real-time data analytics are revolutionizing how estimated arrival time is calculated. This particularly favors retailers who make their own data, including lead times and forecasts readily available to their suppliers. All right, for your most important cargo, your most in-demand products, and your high-value goods, consider minimizing the risk of stockouts by using the transportation options that offer better access to capacity in shorter transit times. Intermodal services, for example, can offer significant transit time reductions and may in some cases have guaranteed space already booked with air and ocean carriers. LTL shipping, less than container load run, LCL, while more expensive than full container loads, often enjoy priority with the ocean carriers. So interesting, already a peak season. Maybe the most reassuring news is while the peak season has come early this year, the supply chain is better positioned than ever to manage the unexpected. Okay, there's still an opportunity to act now. Make sure your products are there for your customers, whether they are themselves moving early to complete their holiday shopping or rushing to find your products at the very last minute. Very interesting. They say he started off with the old scenario. Remember the Arnold Schwarzenegger Christmas classic night, where he was the mattress salesman, facing off again. They're desperate to find the Turbo Man, that was all but sold out on Christmas Eve. Yeah, the peak shopping season for most markets takes place in the last 3 to 4 months of the calendar year. Of course, it's often defined that is the make or break period for so many retailers. All right, we'll get a news break here coming up. A quick time out. Back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Tuesday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-party, phony candidate, as Nick Harper is reporting.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
The rape and murder of a medic has triggered a pan-India strike by doctors. All non-emergency services at government hospitals in more than 10 states and counting have been halted, hitting medical care for millions. Doctors say they want the government to ensure their security on hospital premises and a swift trial for the victim. Ishan Garg has more.
Doctors' unions say they are on an indefinite strike, one that may be causing inconvenience to patients in the short term, but is crucial for the longer-term safety of doctors across the country. Government-run hospitals in Delhi are now implementing contingency measures as the strike impacted several patients on Monday. Many had to be turned away as doctors opted out of holding consultations or conducting non-emergency surgeries. India's health ministry held talks with doctors on Monday, but it proved to be inconclusive. Doctors are demanding justice for the 31-year-old professional who was raped and murdered in a state-run hospital in the East Indian metropolis, Kolkata. They're also demanding stricter safety protocols for medical professionals in government hospitals. The police have arrested one accused in the case and say an investigation is ongoing, but that hasn't calmed the situation. Ishan Garg, New Delhi.
Tropical storm Maria that lashed parts of Japan with historic levels of rain has been downgraded to a depression. But officials warn that heavy rain and flood risks could still linger.
An estimated 480 millimetres of rain fell on the city of Kuji in a 48-hour period. That's a record for the area, briefly triggering a level 5 emergency warning on Monday. Maria is just the third tropical storm that's hit this part of Japan's Pacific coast since records began. Now downgraded to a depression, but officials warn that landslides and flooding risks persist. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret. Powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Some of the other listening friends who've chimed in over the past hour or so, including the one and only Dingbat, to which she said it's a nice 72 degrees at the lovely West Memphis Airport. All right. Airport, cell phone repair, Roach Motel, all-you-can-eat buffet. 10 more days until college football season kicks off. Are you ready? And tell that brain dead of mine that he needs his friendly reminder. The word of the day is Go Gators. All right. Hope everybody's having a great night. Safe travels. God bless y'all. Oh, Wilson has been found grateful that football season's about to start, because he's all alone. All right, Buckeye Boy, we were talking about the DDoS attack on X this past evening. Said if you want to see the Hollywood version of a DDoS computer attack, watch the movie Hackers. Yeah, towards the end of the movies, when Angelina Jolie and a group of hacker friends unite with a worldwide army of hackers overwhelmed a master supercomputer called the kernel to stop it from running a worm program which would capsize oil tankers while it hid the true program's function of stealing millions of dollars. It was set up by the software security expert that the company hired, and the vice president of the company trying to blame Angelina and her group of friends. Yeah, he said that was a cute movie. But, a little bit of Hollywood intertwined with what has become reality in this day and age. Hello to Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The ship has sailed. Wake up and get on board. Better late to the show than never. 66 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Rise and shine. Shake the cobwebs out. Turn on the overnight drive. I dozed off, and now my cosmic time clock is all out of time again. Hammer down, be safe. I'm here now. And the Michigan Madman had a few comments in regards to the NASCAR world. He said NASCAR is so over. The only race I've watched is Daytona 500. Dale Earnhardt Sr. was one of the best at bringing out a yellow when he needed and wrecking other drivers. But when the other drivers started doing it back to him, oh my gosh, it was like the world was coming to an end. Just ask Rusty Wallace, that was on the wrong end of Dale when Rusty was leading the race at, I believe, Talladega. So, yeah, Dale Sr. wasn't the clean driver that everyone thought he was. And, I loved it when he started getting a taste of what it was to get wrecked. NASCAR at the time covered up so much for Dale. That's a fact. From the Michigan Madman. All right, we head on down to Florida, see what's happening with Philip this early Tuesday.
Hey, buddy, how you doing today? Doing okay?
Doing all right. How about you? Just another day, off to work we go.
Absolutely. Hey, I got some news for you, buddy. Have you heard the deal on the Starliner? Did you read any of the articles out from yesterday?
Yeah, I had what I think is the latest, which I hadn't touched on yet. I guess what are you hearing? There's concerns that it may actually do some damage to the port when they try to disconnect?
Well, yesterday they put up the contingency plan, which is basically they're going to have SpaceX. They're going to change the logistics on the SpaceX flights up there. And the 24th of September, if they decide to do this, now this is all contingency. They don't know if they're going to do it or not, but the Crew 9 mission, it's going to go up it's going to go on September 24th now. They're going to put 2 people on that flight. They're going to can 2 people off of that flight, and Sonny and Butch will stay up there until February, and then they'll come back with the Crew 9 when they come back. And but the kicker to it is they have to get rid of it if they decide to do this. Now, this is just if they decide to do this. They have to release the Starliner because they need the port that Starliner's at to put the Crew 9 mission into it. So they can do the transfer, they call it. And to do that, they've got to change the programming and software for the Starliner to go full automated, because right now it's set up to where the fail-safe on it is manual operation, which means you have to have a human in it to manually operate it if something goes wrong. So they're going to have to change the software that controls it to full automation to get it back, to get it off. But there's a chance, like you said just a moment ago, that if it departs and everything isn't installed correctly, it could hit the ISS. They don't know. It's a big what if. But the plan, what they're doing is, man, I heard the press conference yesterday, and man, it's a logistics nightmare. I mean, what they're doing is they're having to move certain flights with SpaceX to get everything lined up correctly to get them back here if they decide to do this. And that's if they decide to do it. They've only got a week or two to decide to do it, because the booster that went up yesterday, and this is something we noticed, Steve, that they scrubbed that flight on that rocket Sunday and it went up yesterday morning. That's the booster that's going to be refurbished to go back and take Crew 9. So does that make sense, Steve, why we scrubbed?
Okay.
We want to make sure that everything's correct on that booster, because it's a shakedown flight before it gets put on a crew mission to take those guys up there on Crew 9. Now, here's something that's very interesting, too, as well. We all know what 39A is. 39A is the main launch site that they use for crewed missions. Now, this Crew 9 mission that's been pushed back to September 24th is actually going to be going out of 40, because they have just converted 40 over to where they can run crew missions out of it. It's got a couple more certifications to go through, but it should be done by the time they get ready for the Crew 9, because there's another crewed mission that's going to be on 39A waiting to go off right after the other one goes. So SpaceX has got their hands full with logistics right now with this. They're helping everybody out. And I didn't know it, Steve, but they said yesterday if they come into a pinch, they've got an apparatus on a Dragon capsule to where they can put 7 people in there and put them down on the floor, the cargo floor of the actual capsule, to bring them back if they come into a situation they need to bring people back in a hurry. That they haven't. SpaceX has designed an apparatus which is going up with Crew 9, and it was an interesting press conference. They were talking about ballasting the rocket because they're eliminating 2 people off of it, and the mission is designed around the weight of the people that are going to be going up on it. If you take 2 off there, you got to ballast it, and they're even talking about putting ballast in the seats to make it, so the center of gravity for the rocket's in the correct place. It's going to be crazy, and they're talking about a supply mission that's going to bring Sonny and Butch all their stuff up that's going to be SpaceX related. So like when they go into that SpaceX capsule, they have to have those suits on that for the SpaceX capsule. They can't wear the Boeing suits that they're designed for their capsules, so they have to get them special suits to come back with. They can't just bring them back.
Okay.
The seats have got to be designed correctly, and there's all kinds of logistical stuff that they've got to do to bring them back. But I think they didn't say it yesterday, but I got a feeling that they're going to let that Starliner loose and let it come back on its own. They're not going to bring Butch and them back in it. I don't think so, because they're really concerned about the thruster deal. They don't know if they're going to have the thrusters, enough in the thrusters to adjust the capsule to land correctly. And so it's going to be interesting to see. Yesterday, somebody said something about how many ports they have on the
I was going to ask you about that. Daryl, I mean, I thought there were 3. Now, you said there's how many?
Okay, so originally it's designed for 8.
8?
All right, the Soviet side has 8 originally. There's 4 on each side. There's 4 for us, and there's 4 for the Soviets. Now, with the design changes they've made over the years, they've added a couple modules here and there. There is actually only 6 ports that are available for craft to come into. Now, those ports also include the ones where they dock the cargo craft in to bring payload up to them if they need to, for food supplies, whatnot,
right,
and propellant for certain things. And that's crucial because those ports are designed for those cargo deals, but they could also use them for like a Dragon or a Starliner or a Soyuz. Well, the Soyuz ones are only on the Soviet side. Their hookup is a little different than ours. It's the same concept, but the way they hook up is a little different. But that's how it is. And there's essentially 4 on each side initially, but now there's only 6. There's 3 on each side. So, because they've made so many changes on the ISS over the years that they've had to use a couple of ports for other things, modules and whatnot. But that's pretty much it. So they're limited on what they can do. And it's just, the lady was talking about the logistics and what was going up and what's coming back. And I mean, it was just, I had to go back a couple of times and re-listen to a couple of pieces because she was just going so fast. And she was talking about, what they were going to do in their plans. And they have these things called task orders that they have to put in with SpaceX if they need to do this. It isn't like they can just say, hey, SpaceX, you're going to do this. No, they have to put in a task order with them. SpaceX has to okay it, and then it has to go through the government process and say, oh, okay, we're going to do this. It isn't just like they can just do it, on the fly. But that's pretty interesting stuff. And what you think about the storm out there now, Steve? The new one.
I guess the good news is they're still showing that it should stay a decent ways off the East Coast. Yeah, but, I'm not going to be satisfied till it makes that turn. Okay.
They're banking on that high to go east. And there is a storm front that's coming off of us, or coming off the United States, I should say, that's going to pull it up. And they're thinking that that's the train of thought. Well, we're going to do this. It's going to go that way. But I'm not going to be, like I said, until it passes me, I've always said this, until it passes me, I'm not going to be calm about it. But I want to see it make that turn. And I tell you what, from what I'm seeing, if anybody's got anybody in Puerto Rico, y'all need to keep track of what's going on because, it's pretty warm water there and it can develop really quickly. And Bermuda's another place. Those folks are used to it. They're fortified out there on that little island a lot more than any of the rest of the islands in the Caribbean. Any of the islands in the Caribbean, in the world, for that matter, if there's anyone that can live through it, it's Bermuda, because Bermuda has got, those folks don't play around with it. They know how to fortify their buildings and whatnot. They're not out without power and all this stuff that we see in a lot of these storms. In the Caribbean, you see Puerto Rico, you see all the St. Kitts and all these places, they don't have their stuff right. Bermuda does. They can handle it, but I don't want to see that Cat 3 going in on Bermuda. That's not cool. That's bad, especially when you're an island. There ain't nothing to stop it. There's no land to slow it down, and that's kind of like why I live where I live. And everybody's like, why don't you live on the coast? Because I don't want to be on the coast, because the coast will get the direct flow. You want to be inland. Where I live at, I'm 98 miles from the west coast, and I'm 21 miles away from the east coast. And I'm inland for a reason. And it's nice to go to the beach. I can go to either one of them. It's not a problem. But you need to be in a situation to where you're not going to hit the direct blunt. And that's why I stay away from living on the ocean. So that's all I got today, buddy. And by the way, the NFL, why don't y'all just leave it alone? So y'all have a good one. Thank you.
The old if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. I hear you. It's 844-844-3388.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team, drivers, and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, moving on to other topics of discussion, going back to the July 13 assassination attempt. Donald Trump. More body cam footage was released over the weekend. In this particular video, you hear the sound of the sirens screaming following the assassination attempt, and the voice of a Butler, Pennsylvania officer saying, quote, "I effing told the Secret Service they need to post an effing guy over there." Adding that he did it 5 days before the shooting. Yeah, CNN played the video capturing the hectic moments. It's a local officer pacing in frustration, and you hear him saying, "I effing told them they needed to post guys effing over there." Another officer responds saying, "You told who?" Yeah, "The Secret Service. I told them that effing Tuesday." Someone else responds, "I thought you guys were supposed to do it." To which he responded, "No, we're inside. I told them to post effing guys over there." Throughout the back and forth on that body cam footage, it was clear that some officers weren't worried about certain locations because they thought other officers were there. As obvious from that Butler, Pennsylvania officer, they had purportedly warned the Secret Service to be there. 3 days after the attempt, Breitbart News spoke with sources who criticized the Secret Service's supplemental approach to protection details following the attempt on Trump's life. They indicated that protective details for a former president are not anywhere as extensive as the details that protect a sitting president. Because of this, when a former president travels or holds rallies like the one Trump was holding that day, the Secret Service uses supplemental protective personnel to fill the gaps that exist in the existing protective structure. One source explained that this means the Secret Service relies on using other Department of Homeland Security agents as well as local police and or local advanced units and advanced unit personnel. While DHS agents used by Secret Service may be excellent at the jobs for which they're trained, the source noted that protective detail work is not what they're actually trained to do. Then, at the same time, Senator Chuck Grassley released records from the shooting range, the Clairton Sportsman Club. That's the range the shooter used in the lead-up to his assassination attempt. Records show Crooks became a member of the Clairton Sportsman's Club late August and visited there at least 43 times. That last visit being the day before he tried to kill Trump. Crooks was a member of the Clairton Sportsman Club through his family, according to the Associated Press. Of those 43 trips, though, he might have had company on at least 4 occasions. August 31 of 23, September 28 of 23, November 10 of 23, and April 24 of this year. On those dates, someone signed in to Clairton on the exact same time and used the same ranges with Crooks. And the mystery visitor used both using the rifle and pistol range on the November 10 visit. Grassley redacted the names of other visitors to Clairton, which he also reportedly is a training ground for the Department of Homeland Security. Yeah, Clairton was used by the DHS for police training on a day that Crooks wasn't there. All right, we'll pick up with more after the news break. Top of the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. The warning comes as international mediators push for an urgent ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The White House says it's preparing for what it called a significant set of attacks, echoing a similar warning from Israeli officials. U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
It's increasingly likely that there will be an attack by Iran and or its proxies, and perhaps in the coming days. I would tell you that we share those concerns. It is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there is an attack by Iran and or its proxies, what that could look like.
Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. Russia's Vladimir Putin has slammed the offensive as a major provocation, ordering Russian forces to kick the enemy out of the country. Evacuations are underway with tens of thousands ordered to leave the region. 28 villages are understood to have fallen to Ukrainian forces. Some Western officials are warning Russia will be so angry over the cross-border incursion, it will double down on its efforts to fight Ukraine. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-rate phony candidate. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Separately, Donald Trump is suing the United States Department of Justice for $100 million. He's seeking damages over the FBI's search of his Florida residence, during which law enforcement agents found hundreds of classified documents that he'd taken from the White House. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking again today at the crisis in Bangladesh following the ouster of repressive Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She fled last week to India. Microfinance pioneer Muhammad Yunus has returned to Dhaka in an effort to lead a caretaker government, but the outlook for that process is opaque. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The military is, as it so often is in these cases, is really crucial, and apparently it was the military that had kind of reached this tipping point and signaled to Hasina, as well as members of her family and some others, that she needed to leave the country, that they were not going to be, engaging in a violent crackdown on protesters. So the military could be, in place to back up and support a peaceful transfer of power. And yes, it currently is seems to be outside the bounds of constitutional change. I think the country's trying to put things back together. That would seem to have to include the main opposition party, known as the BNP, and headed up by the longtime rival, another legendary woman figure in Bangladesh, Khaleda Zia. She was released from house arrest. She herself has been urging her followers for, quote, no destruction, revenge, or vengeance. So she wants to, basically help to contribute to democratic national elections.
Over the weekend, Muhammad Yunus paid tribute to student protesters who drove Sheikh Hasina from power, and he's included 2 of them in the advisory council now running things in Bangladesh. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. And Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles, of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
And we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. All right, made it through a Monday. Welcome. Into the 13th day of August. Yes, a Tuesday coming on. Moving ahead here as we get a new hour underway at 844-844-3388. Quickly finishing up on the updates in regards to the alleged assassin. Grassley's office reportedly described Crook's visits to this gun club as intense preparation in the months prior to the attempted assassination of the former president. Also noteworthy, he said, was Crooks visiting the gun range on Valentine's Day this year and on Christmas and Halloween last year. Clareton, the sportsman club, spans 180 acres in West Mifflin and Jefferson Hills, boasts more than 2,000 members. The club has several rifle ranges, including one, at least one, that is 200 yards. In the days after the shooting, the club president reportedly told Trib Live what happened was a terrible, terrible thing. That's not who we are. We know very little about this guy. He declined to comment when the records were released. Of course, as a freshman, Crooks, as we knew, had tried out for his high school rifle team, was rejected at the time for his poor marksmanship. Sounds to me like he wanted to make up for that in a big way. So that's what we know at this point in time. Meanwhile, in other industry headlines, in North Carolina, a new North Carolina truck law looking to address a pressing safety concern along a Macon County restricted roadway. Existing law has length limitation for motor vehicle combinations consisting of truck, tractors, and trailers, or semi-trailers. The North Carolina DOT is authorized to provide for additional prohibitions on portions of any route on the state highway system if the operator of a motor vehicle combination on said route cannot be safely accommodated, obviously. Additional civil penalties are included for violating these vehicle restrictions in Macon County. It's called the Kulasaja Gorge. Anyone familiar? They've got length restrictions. Truck tractors with trailers longer than 30 feet are prohibited on a segment of U.S. Route 64 in Macon County. That stretch of roadway in southwestern North Carolina is known as Kulasaja Gorge. If you're found on that stretch of roadway, a fine of $100 if the semi-trailer is less than 50 feet, $200 fine for those that are 50 feet of length or longer. Now, they could add additional weight assessments. Violations would be calculated based on the amount of vehicle combinations' gross vehicle weight rating exceeding 20,000 pounds. Penalties there would amount to 4 cents per pound for the first 1,000, 6 cents per pound for the next 1,000 pounds, 10 cents per pound for each additional pound thereafter. According to the governor, this is intended to enhance road safety and provide better services for residents in the area. The frequent incidents of large commercial trucks getting stuck on this road have created hazardous conditions for not only residents but first responders as well. All right, the additional penalty amounts will be taking effect on December 1 of this year. So, all right, you've been forewarned, as they say. Morning, Pappy. A little bit late to the show here Tuesday, huh?
Yeah, man. Steve, I was just laid down thinking I'm just going to chill for a little bit. Next thing I know, it's 1:30 in the morning. Like, geez, man. I'll probably be up till 10 o'clock in the morning now.
All right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that 8-9 days, whatever it was, in the hot, man, it really screwed me up. I went 4 or 5 days without even sleeping. I think I told you that. Man, Steve, yeah, I saw them body camera videos. Steve, I still got this question, man. Why did the parents call the popo?
On that
still
day,
haven't heard nothing about it.
Yeah, that was a very intriguing question on that particular day.
What? Did he leave a note? Did they get a phone call or something? What caused them to call and report something was up with their son? They're not releasing that information.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why they called. What is it? Bongino, Steve, he's been putting this out for a couple weeks now, talking about the correct terms for the Secret Service, how you got a lead that's in charge of the whole Trump rally, that day. You got a lead supervisor. He's responsible for everything. Then you have a site supervisor whose specific job is to secure that site. And he's been told that I think it was a female. I think, not for sure, but it might have been that one trying to get that gun in her holster. That she was unqualified and unexperienced to be a site supervisor. And they voiced their opinions, and he's been saying that for at least a week or two. He's been putting that out. Man, I guess the media don't want to talk about this. He was talking about this too today. I guess when Biden went to, we've heard a little bit about it on the news, but they just kind of playing it down here. Apparently when Air Force One landed in Las Vegas, Biden was having some sort of medical emergency. And they're not putting the details out.
Correct.
He's the President of the United States, elected and works for us. It's not like he's a private citizen, so to speak, where his medical conditions fall under, not being able to be discussed. I mean, what are they hiding on this, dude?
I mean, I remember sharing it, it's been about, I don't know, maybe a week ago. I don't know if you were still in the hospital at the time, but yeah, the Secret Service had contacted the local law enforcement, block all the vehicular traffic on the route to get him to the local Las Vegas hospital. And then they stood down and said they're going to get him, I guess, aboard Air Force One and back to Walter Reed, I guess, Walter Reed Medical Center, ASAP. And it never said what the issue was, though. And they said some of the Vegas police, when the call came out to never mind, stand down, some were saying they thought he might have died. They said they didn't know what's going on.
Yeah, I guess they released the Las Vegas radio traffic. And Bongino was saying that, any time they do an event and go somewhere, right, the motorcade has several routes. One from the airport to the location. There's other alternative routes in case something goes wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have an emergency route to the closest hospital. Bongino said in his 12 years at the Secret Service, they never, ever had to use that emergency route to the hospital. And when you hear the radio traffic, it's obvious that they were on Air Force One, and the call came out that they might be changing the motorcade route to the hospital. That POTUS was having I guess Las Vegas codes and signals is a 421, meaning a medical emergency. And from what Bongino was saying, dude, if they are on Air Force One and you're talking about getting him from Air Force One to a hospital, that believe you him, something very, very serious is happening. Because the president has a medical team with him at all times.
Yeah, an Air Force One has almost like a hospital on
like
board, right?
Yes, sir. He said they are capable of even doing surgeries on Air Force One. That he has like an ER team with him at all times. So for them not to be able to handle the situation, and as you just said, did he stop breathing at some point or was close to it or what? I mean, it had to be something very, very serious for them to say, all right, we're going to the hospital. And they're covering it up. And Steve, you know, with this whole Secret Service, man, I'm telling you, you know, when they come to town, you know, Steve, when I had to deal with them, man, it's a Secret Service, man. Wow, you know. And Steve, I concerns, man. Are they capable of protecting the protectees? It's scary, man. We got a border that's not secure. The streets aren't secure. The voting system isn't secure. Man, I sent you an email on October 24th, 2016.
Yes.
From the Washington Post. Trump has almost zero chance of winning. See, they are, I've talked about this before in the past. I mean, we've always talked about brainwashing techniques, psyops being ran. I don't know if you ever heard of this triangle square experiment.
Yes. I think I shared that yesterday. Yes. Isn't that something?
Did you?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't want to be the only crazy person in the room and say because everybody else.
Yeah, share it.
Right.
Share it with your listeners in case they don't know what we're talking about.
What was the scenario?
Well, I will.
They put 18 people in a room. 17 of them were actually CIA agents. One of them was just a member of the public. So the guy running the experiment shows every single person in the room a picture. And it's a triangle, obviously a triangle, and they start going person after person to tell us what you see in the picture. And one after the other, every single person going around the room says it's a square, it's a square, it's a square. By the time they get to the only person that's not a CIA agent, they say, "What did you see?" He said, "Obviously it's a square." So they convinced him because he didn't want to be the nut job. Everybody sees a square. It's got to be a square.
Steve, they are making the people, right, believe that the Harris Walsh ticket is a square when it's not. The media is in on it. They're pulling the wolves over everybody, bro. They're running the psyop, man. kind of the same way they did in 2016. You know, Trump has no chance. Steve, don't think they won't. I don't know if I trust these polls or not. They're one thing. It's great if, you know, we're up. I don't know. But I don't think they won't manipulate these polls. Try to convince MAGA supporters to stay home. I don't know if any MAGA supporters will stay home. I mean, we got to vote, no doubt about it. But the ones that, you know, your independents, the ones that maybe don't vote on every presidential election, you know, only come out when it's really necessary, they might convince them to stay home, not thinking that we're in dire straits. Steve, remember me talking about the UK last night? What's going on with them arresting people for disinformation and hate speech, and they get to determine what that is. They just announced, Steve, that they are extraditing Americans out of the UK for any disinformation or hate speech. Did you see that?
That I have not seen, no. Getting them out of the country?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So if Pappy's over there in the UK, having a little soda, skull buster, and I decide to share something on social media that they determine is disinformation, you're just going to snatch me up and escort me right to the airport. Did you see that? See, when we hear this disinformation, hate speech, I'm telling you, this is a global talking point brought on by the global elites here. And we found out that their so-called disinformation and can be true. We found that out when COVID hit. All the facts that they were putting out, you know, it turned out to be wrong. Or all the false facts put out with the Russian collusion, the Hunter laptop, claiming it was false, turned out to be true. So they're playing us, man. And we heard the Harris team come out tonight and bring this disinformation, hate speech up on X. I'm not on X. Never have been. I think I did have a Twitter account at one point a few years ago. I think as soon as they kicked Trump right off Facebook and X and Twitter, I think I just deleted the account. Never really got on there anyway, but I went in and deleted the account. Man, make no mistake. And I saw a video of Tampon Tim. Steve, he was given a speech. Well, he wasn't given a speech. It was an interview, right? And he was talking about disinformation is, or the First Amendment, or freedom of speech, is not guaranteed. That was his exact words.
Wow.
And he went on to talk about, you know, we can't have disinformation or hate speech being put out. That, you know, if you think that's First Amendment rights, it's not. And I'm thinking to myself, oh man, he'd be the first one to sign legislation to do what the UK is doing and lock people up for anything they consider disinformation. Steve, all it is a control tactic to shut us up. That's all it is. I think the Nazi Germany did a pretty good job of that in the late 1930s and the early 1940s. you had neighbors turning on neighbors, and it was just, that's the communist way, man. And the communist global media is all in on this, man. So hopefully people, wake up and really smell the coffee here, man. I just sit here and it just boggles my mind, Steve. It really does, how anybody can look at this Harris Walsh team and just, how the heck can you vote for these people, man? She doesn't have to give any interviews. If the polls are right, she's going up in the polls. She don't have to do nothing. She can adopt Trump policies if she wants. For the last 3 weeks, I know you talked about it the other night. Trump was talking about no taxes on tips.
Correct.
And Steve, smart move, dude.
She pulled that out of the hat in Las Vegas, where so many people work on tips.
Yes, sir. Just stole it right from the Trump campaign. And they don't care. And the media will cover for them. Do you realize that she was the deciding vote when it came down to adding them, how many IRS agents that were going to go after you, servers, for not claiming your tips? She was the deciding vote in the Senate that got that passed. Now she wants to turn around. It's Steve. You can't. Anybody believes this? They really need their head examined, man.
I guess she's had a change of heart. I've had a change of heart.
And if they would get elected, I guarantee you 100% that they would not even attempt to try to get that passed. And then when Trump came out and was saying it, the news media was like, well, that's going to cost the government $250 billion. We can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
You know? But when Kamala Cackles comes on, great idea. Man, all right, brother. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody, stay safe. Stock up on food and water. Steve will probably talk to you tomorrow night. Bro.
Hammer down. Be safe. Thank you, Pappy. All right, we're rolling toward news break. Bottom of the hour. Texas Attorney General announcing this past day he's launching an investigation of the national utility CenterPoint Energy after the post-hurricane Beryl blackouts last month in Houston. More on that.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. The warning comes as international mediators push for an urgent ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The White House says it's preparing for what it called a significant set of attacks, echoing a similar warning from Israeli officials. U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
It's increasingly likely that there will be an attack by Iran and or its proxies, and perhaps in the coming days. I would tell you that we share those concerns. It is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there is an attack by Iran and or its proxies, what that could look like.
Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. Russia's Vladimir Putin has slammed the offensive as a major provocation, ordering Russian forces to kick the enemy out of the country. Evacuations are underway with tens of thousands ordered to leave the region. 28 villages are understood to have fallen to Ukrainian forces. Some Western officials are warning Russia will be so angry over the cross-border incursion, it will double down on its efforts to fight Ukraine. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-rate phony candidate. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Separately, Donald Trump is suing the United States Department of Justice for $100 million. He's seeking damages over the FBI's search of his Florida residence, during which law enforcement agents found hundreds of classified documents that he'd taken from the White House. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
It was just last week we were talking about electrification, cars, trucks, electric, the strain on the power grid. As we continue to shutter coal-fired power plants, in the discussion of nuclear plants, we brought up the proposal. They're thinking of possibly refiring the 3 Mile Island tower that was not part of the meltdown all those years ago. Then there's also the effort to refire the plant in Michigan, the Palisades Nuclear Generating Station. The effort to reverse that shutdown hit a bit of a snag last week when an ex-employee at the facility went public with safety concerns about reopening the 53-year-old power plant. Now, the company that owns the Palisades nuclear generating station on Michigan's southwest coast is hitting back on what they're calling a series of assumptions and inaccurate statements from the former engineering director. Alan Blind is his name. Blind's 7-year tenure overlapped with a period when the plant performed poorly and required significant improvements, and ended nearly a decade before its closure 2 years ago, according to the Florida-based Holtec International that bought the station from the utility giant Entergy after the shutdown in May of 22. In an unusually pointed 1,000-word rebuttal, Holtec said significant improvements, investments, upgrades, and modifications were made by the prior owner to dramatically and measurably improve plant reliability. In the 9 years after Blind's departure, the company said the process is on schedule and announced at a public meeting this month the plant is on track to reopen in October of next year. Now, Blind cast some doubt on their proposed budget and timeline for restoring Palisades, given that no U.S. reactor has ever come back online after ceasing operations ahead of a planned demolition. Resurrecting the Palisades plant is among the most closely watched nuclear projects in the nation now that construction is finally finished on the only 2 new reactors built from scratch in a generation. While atomic energy is considered by far the most reliable source of carbon-free electricity ever harnessed, the steep cost and decade-long timelines for constructing new plants limit the potential for nuclear power to meet our surging electricity demand. Stem rising blackouts and slash planet heating pollution from our fossil fuels. New laws Congress passed over the past 3 years made billions of dollars available to the nuclear industry to extend the operating lives of existing plants, build new reactors, and catch up with Russia and China on next-generation nuclear technologies. The Palisades nuclear power plant, Covert, Michigan, is the most recent U.S. atomic station to shut down amid growing competition from cheaper natural gas and renewables. The money's going out in January. The Biden administration put up $1.1 billion to keep California's last nuclear power station from closing. 2 months later, the Department of Energy offered Holtec a loan worth $1.5 billion to make Palisades the first U.S. nuclear plant to ever come back online after indeed shutting down in preparation for decommissioning. At least 2 other utilities are now considering restarting shuttered nuclear reactors, as I mentioned, including the unit at the 3 Mile Island facility in Pennsylvania that didn't melt down in 1979. This past day, Reuters cited Blind saying the Palisades plant received waivers from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission that exempted the facility from modern safety standards that prevent insulation on pipes from breaking down and clogging cooling systems, guard against earthquakes, and curb risks from fires. I'm worried that the NRC will not insist that the generic safety issues be fixed before they allow this plant to restart, he said. It is 844-844-3388. See what's happening with Brain Dead. Morning, Brain Dead.
Morning, Steve. Hey, you were teasing that story about CenterPoint Energy down there going under investigation down in Houston. Did I hear that right?
That is correct.
let's just waste some more money, shall we? And let's look at something. Houston is what, the fourth largest city in the U.S., if I remember right, or somewhere up in that neighborhood?
I believe that's correct, yes.
So you have a storm like this come through. How long do you think it's going to take to get your power back up? I mean, you had every crew possible from around the country down here helping you. You had guys that left their families to come down to a dangerous situation and spend 8-9 days or more working 16, 18 hours a day in 100-degree heat. What more do you want? Do you want them to bow down and kiss your ring and say thank you? I mean, there was people, I remember the stories of people pulling guns. Hey, these people only work so hard and so fast. You probably, if you were in their shoes, you'd probably want a break too. We get ice storms here all the time, and Dingbat can testify for me. Maybe Knucklebuster can too. We get 3 flakes of snow, there's 10,000 people out of power. We don't get the outside crews to come in and help us to restore power. Our the Memphis Power Company, Memphis Light, Gas, and Water, they have every crew out there 16, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week till everything gets fixed. We don't get the outside power crews coming in to help us unless it's something like the derecho, the Hurricane Elvis derecho back in 2003, if I remember right. So I don't see what their investigation is going to turn up. I mean, are you not used to being without power for 8 days? I mean, realistically, let's just throw more money at your bat, Steve.
All I know is some of the leadership at Centerpoint said they blew it. They kind of admit they blew it as far as being prepared for the storm. But
no, yeah, they could be prepared for the storm, but look at the supply chain and logistics. I mean, yeah, we got trucks sitting around everywhere, but how much do you need to stock up for? I mean, yeah, you could be a little more prepared, but still at the end of the day, when you still need the supplies and people are coming helping you, they can only do so much. You could have enough to rebuild the whole city, but it's the labor that's going to put it up there. And if you don't have the labor, this could be going on to today. But I heard a few of the guys this morning calling in talking about the NASCAR race, Steve. And I'm going to disagree with them. I mean, when you step back and look at this, Austin Dillon and Richard Childress Racing has had a very crappy season, very abysmal. Now, what he did to Logano was on the track. Same thing Earnhardt did in '96 at the Bristol race, got dumped and ran on Terry Labonte. What happened? Rusty Wallace bounced a water bottle off Earnhardt's nose. But what happened to him in the fall race? Earnhardt got dumped by Terry Labonte as well. Same situation. It's just racing. If you were in the driver's seat and you were trying to get a win to go to the playoffs, you would have probably done the same thing as Austin Dillon did. However, Steve, I sent you a message from Twitter of the in-car camera from Joey Logano. What Logano did on pit road, yes, he deserves to be penalized for. Pulling down to Austin Dillon's pit, doing a burnout, getting the car almost sideways, that is a safety issue right there that needs to be addressed. That car could have went out of control and injured or killed many people down there. I understand that a lot of the guys are passionate and are hardcore, but at some point, NASCAR has got to let the guys show their true emotion. Dirt racing is gaining popularity. They're sold out. There for a while, you could there'd be probably a handful or if not more people at a dirt track on any given Saturday night. Now they're sold out because these guys are literally showing their true emotions. You get somebody sideways, hey, it's about to be fisticuffs in the pits. But also, too, Steve, did you see over the weekend that young lady that got injured in that sprint car wreck in Knoxville, Iowa?
I think I saw the replay of the wreck, and that was a pretty violent hit. I didn't see what her condition was.
Somebody said that she's still in the hospital. I mean, this probably a few days ago, but they say she's in the hospital still, and that girl there she's tough. I mean, she took a nose hit to the cage, spun around, and got slapped the cage into the wall. And that's a real lucky hit there. But one thing before I forget, Steve, ran into an old friend of mine today, Steve.
Oh yeah,
and talked to him in a while. Yeah, he told me he said, "You remember Junior, right?" I said, "Yeah." He growed up. He said, "Oh yeah." I said, "What is he up to these days?" He says, "Well, he's down at some Bible college down in Alabama." I said, "Uh-oh, Bible college in Alabama?" He said, "Yep." He said, Junior called him the other day. He said he got in trouble with the dean, got pulled into the dean's office. I said, what did Junior do? He said, well, the dean said that he was caught sneaking out, going to the girls' dorms, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, which is frowned upon.
Mm-hmm.
So the dean said, well, the next time you do it, it's going to be $500. He said, okay. And then he said, okay, but the dean said, but if it's the second time, it's $1,500. He said, okay. And the dean said, but if there's a third time, it's $2,500. He said, the Junior's sitting there like, okay. Dean said, do you have any questions? He said, yep. How much for a season pass? Bye to me.
There you go. As far as, because everyone's got their differing opinions, right? Racing, rubbing is racing. Yeah, bump and run. Move them out of the way. NASCAR Senior Vice President of Competition, Elton Sawyer, said the sanctioning body would still review Dillon's action as well as those of Logano, who pulled into Dillon's team's pit stall after the race, spinning his tires with a crowd of people around. Now, where is crossing the line, right? That's the word everybody's using. Did somebody cross the line? And he said, I thought the last lap, that's something, our sport has been a contact sport for a long time. We always hear, where's the line? And did somebody cross the line? I would say the last lap, it was awful close to the line. We'll take a look at all the available resources from audio to video to see if anything rises to a level that we feel we need to penalize. Now, in the past, NASCAR has generally penalized retaliatory moves and also intentional wrecking opponents, but that's usually reserved for incidents on intermediate and super speedways. Historically, they say it hasn't been our DNA to take race wins away. That's not to say going forward this wouldn't start to set a precedent, maybe. Or do we have to look at it? Again, this is Elton Sawyer. We want our drivers to race hard, but we feel like maybe we're getting to a point in time where that would have crossed the line. We'll look at all the data. We'll discuss to see if anything rises to that higher level. Yes, they're talking listening to all the communication, in-car, pit crew, spotter. Now, pressed on whether NASCAR would have called a penalty at the time, if it really felt Dillon's actions deserved it, Sawyer said it happened fast. But I would say that if you look at that, in my view, that's getting right up there, really close to the line. Anyway, Dillon's car owner, grandfather Richard Childress, was adamant that nothing transpired at the end of that race that hadn't happened countless times before in racing. Short track racing is short track racing. You're going to see it. I've seen it more than once. When it comes down to the end of the day, any of these guys do what it takes to win the race at the very end. As I said, had Logano been behind Dillon, had Hamlin been in the same spot, Yeah, would any of them have not attempted the whole bump and run? I didn't mean to spin him out, but hey, we won the race, though. That's the way you got to rubbing is racing. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, a lot of folks have been sharing a post that supposedly was via Elon Musk. I cannot say for certain if Elon actually did post this or not, but whoever did, it does make absolute sense. Fiction versus reality. He said, you watched The Hunger Games and you sided with the resistance. You watched Star Wars and sided with the resistance. You watched The Matrix and sided with the resistance. You watched Divergent. You sided with the resistance. You watched V for Vendetta. You sided with the resistance. When it's fiction, you understand. Yet you refuse to see it when it's the reality that we're actually living in. Think about that for a moment. I like that. Very good. All right, let me give you the rest of the story out of Texas. There was a lot of controversy at the time. Yes, nearly 3 million homes lost power. At least a dozen people died from heat-related causes during the outages after the storm. Attorney General Ken Paxton says we're going to launch an investigation. My office is aware of concerning allegations regarding CenterPoint and how their conduct affected readiness during Hurricane Beryl. Now, if the investigation uncovers unlawful activity, that activity will be met with the full force of the law. The Hill reported that the Harris County Attorney's Office, in a rare move, announced their support for Paxton's probe. The Attorney General's Office and the Harris County Attorney's Office have reportedly frequently locked horns in the courtroom in the past. These days, it's hard for folks to agree on much of anything, but everyone agrees that Houston residents were not well served during the Houston derecho and Hurricane Beryl. Yet people have real concerns about CenterPoint's preparation before the storms, how long it took to get the power back on, and why CenterPoint did not communicate better. Let's see. I support the Attorney General's investigation. My office is ready to help Harris County. Paxton, not the only Republican in the state in the leadership position to call for an investigation into the utility. Since the storm, CenterPoint has come under scrutiny from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the Public Utility Commission, with their CEO facing questions from a select subcommittee of state senators last month. During that hearing, Republican State Senator Paul Bettencourt told subcommittee colleagues one company blew it. The bulk of the senator's criticism was directed at CenterPoint's decision to purchase 15 mobile generators for $800 million. The purchase reportedly netted the company approximately $50 million in profit. But the generators proved to be too large and cumbersome to use during the storm. It was revealed during Bettencourt's questioning last month that CenterPoint selected a vendor for the generators that cost 40 to 60 times as much as the next competitor. Bettencourt then accused the utility of fraud and called for a shakeup in company leadership. Now, what would you say to the average person that you should resign, asking the CenterPoint CEO, which he sidestepped the question? Now, we've set up an ambitious set of actions to improve resiliency, to improve communications, and our partnerships that this hurricane season, as it continues, I think if I resign today, we lose momentum on the things that are going to have the best possible impact for the greater Houston region. But kind of bizarre. I mean, when you're looking to purchase the likes of 40 to 60 times, not 4 to 6, but 40 to 60 times as much as the next competitor. Why? That's the kind of thing where you start thinking, somebody's getting a kickback here for these purchases, right? All right, looks like I didn't see an update on our solar storm, our geomagnetic storm, but we knew in hour number 1 it was beginning to wane. Yesterday's G4 geomagnetic storm is officially over, they're saying. However, the watch is still in effect, where forecasters believe that a moderate G2 class storm could occur today as the Earth exits the combined wake of the CMEs that sparked the big storm early on Monday morning. Widespread auroras in both hemispheres. Sightings in the USA as far south as Texas, Mississippi, and Arizona.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts for the latest world news. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. The warning comes as international mediators push for an urgent ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The White House says it's preparing for what it called a significant set of attacks, echoing a similar warning from Israeli officials. U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
It's increasingly likely that there will be an attack by Iran and or its proxies, and perhaps in the coming days. I would tell you that we share those concerns. It is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there is an attack by Iran and or its proxies, what that could look like.
Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. Russia's Vladimir Putin has slammed the offensive as a major provocation, ordering Russian forces to kick the enemy out of the country. Evacuations are underway with tens of thousands ordered to leave the region. 28 villages are understood to have fallen to Ukrainian forces. Some Western officials are warning Russia will be so angry over the cross-border incursion, it will double down on its efforts to fight Ukraine. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-rate phony candidate. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Separately, Donald Trump is suing the United States Department of Justice for $100 million. He's seeking damages over the FBI's search of his Florida residence, during which law enforcement agents found hundreds of classified documents that he'd taken from the White House. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking again today at the crisis in Bangladesh following the ouster of repressive Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina. She fled last week to India. Microfinance pioneer Muhammad Yunus has returned to Dhaka in an effort to lead a caretaker government, but the outlook for that process is opaque. Bob McMahon is with America's Council on Foreign Relations.
The military is, as it so often is in these cases, is really crucial, and apparently it was the military that had kind of reached its tipping point and signaled to Hasina, as well as members of her family and some others, that she needed to leave the country, that they were not going to be, engaging in a violent crackdown on protesters. So the military could be, in place to back up and support a peaceful transfer of power. And yes, it currently is seems to be outside the bounds of constitutional change. I think the country's trying to put things back together. That would seem to have to include the main opposition party, known as the BNP, and headed up by the longtime rival, another legendary woman figure in Bangladesh, Khaleda Zia. She was released from house arrest. She herself has been urging her followers for, quote, no destruction, revenge, or vengeance. So she wants to, basically help to contribute to democratic national elections.
Over the weekend, Muhammad Yunus paid tribute to student protesters who drove Sheikh Hasina from power, and he's included 2 of them in the advisory council now running things in Bangladesh. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. And Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles, of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. And that's the latest world news. From Feature Story News, I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
Get that final hour off and rolling. Lo and behold, here we are, less than 90 days until a major election, as we all know. Well, the hackers have been at it. Hackers at the DEF CON voting village in Las Vegas, exposing critical vulnerabilities in U.S. voting machines. However, the complex process of fixing these issues means the identified flaws will probably still be there through Election Day, leaving experts and officials concerned, according to the report from Politico. Every year they hold this DEF CON conference to highlight weaknesses in election equipment. This year was no different. Hackers identifying various flaws in voting machines, as well as what they call the e-poll books that are used to verify voters' identities and tabulate ballots. As far as time goes, it's hard to make any real, major, systemic changes, but especially 90 days from an election. That is particularly troubling during election years like this, according to one of the organizers of the voting village. Throughout the past weekend, though, hackers were testing various voting machines, attempting to breach their security measures. In a room full of diverse equipment, hackers worked diligently while election officials discussed the threats of misinformation and disinformation that could influence the upcoming vote. However, this critical work remains somewhat isolated. Unlike other DEF CON events, the voting village was held in a separate, more secure location. That decision was made after years of online harassment from individuals who falsely believed this undermines democracy. The voting village has been instrumental in highlighting security flaws. Some of the findings gaining acceptance in Washington. At the same time, frustration remains high among organizers and participants due to the slow pace of fixing things. There's so much basic stuff should be happening, and it's not happening, according to the co-founder of Voting Village. So yes, I'm worried about things not being fixed. They haven't been fixed, though, for a long time. So I also feel angry about it. Executive Director of the Information Technology Information Sharing and Analysis Center said, identifying a flaw is just the beginning. Fixing it involves securing approval from the machine manufacturers, recertifying the systems, then physically updating each machine. A process that cannot be rushed, especially with the election so close. It's not a 90-day fix. It's a pretty complicated process. They didn't identify what exactly sort of flaws they were able to uncover. But after all these years and years of all these questions about electronic tabulating machines, voting machines with connections to internet, highly, highly unadvisable. All right, it is 844-844-3388. What kind of baloney we got? Hello, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I'm over here in Little Rock, Arkansas right now, going past the Slick Willie Presidential Library. You reckon they got that blue dress in there, Steve? I've never been in there, so I don't know.
I would have a sneaky suspicion that's probably not in that library.
It might be in Monica's library, right?
Yeah.
This breaks my heart, Steve. The Reds beat the Cardinals 6-1. Come on now. You got 2 more games. They need to get their act together there, right? I hope y'all don't sweep the series, but anyway, may the best team win there. Shut that stupid Garmin up. I already know where I'm going.
Don't you love it? Women always telling you what to do, telling you where to go, when to do it.
Yeah. David Jeremiah says a Garmin is just like the Holy Spirit, that you can make whatever turn you want, but the Holy Spirit's going to guide you right back where you need to be anyway.
Okay, there you go.
I like that of it. So, yeah, that's a good one. So, anyway, in the immortal words of Louis Garzard, I resent those allegations, see? I resent the alligator. I think what we need to do is investigate the investigation, and then somebody could come behind me and investigate an investigation of the investigation. You think that would work?
So you just drag things out,
money like that.
Drag it out forever.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at least the American public know we're doing something there, right? Instead of just sitting up there in the office twiddling our thumbs there. I remember when Hurricane Elvis came through Memphis there, but it was Tennessee and I had already left on our way down to Florida for vacation, but it didn't do anything to my house, so I guess I got lucky at that point, right?
Continue on I-40.
All right. Well, anyway, that's all my bull on it for today. So you've had a great show. I got to get on to Memphis and get my doctor's appointment in the morning at 8 o'clock. So I'm going to be kind of grumpy when I get in there, right?
There you go.
Yeah, but she's a nice doctor, so I'm not going to be too grumpy with her.
All right, well, have a good day. Thanks for chiming in here. And safe travel, Knucklebuster. That's all my baloney, 13 past the hour. We were talking with Philip earlier. Some of the latest, and things just keep getting worse and worse. The news for Boeing, secondary to all the negativity about the airline, the airplanes, and issues with planes, and safety issues in assembling these things. NASA grappling with a critical decision when it comes to returning the astronauts from the space station. Concerns over the autonomous docking or undocking capabilities of the Starliner, that it could potentially damage one of only 2 docking ports available on the space station. Quartz reports that the Boeing crew flight tests that launched over 2 months ago, as we know, plagued by technical issues. As NASA deliberates on the best course of action for bringing the astronauts home, a surprising revelation has emerged regarding the flight software. According to 3 well-placed sources who spoke to Ars Technica, the current flight software on board lacks the ability to perform an automated undocking from the space station and entry into Earth's atmosphere. This revelation is very perplexing, given that Boeing's Orbital Flight Test 2 mission back in May of 22 successfully demonstrated the spacecraft's capacity for autonomous docking and return to Earth. Why or how did they change that? Boeing has proposed pushing a software update to the Starliner while in orbit to address this. However, NASA is hesitant to proceed with that plan, fearing that it could potentially damage one of the two crewed vehicle docking ports. Now, the space agency has to be absolutely certain that any attempt to autonomously return the Starliner to Earth would not render the port inoperable. Now, they say that, I guess they're saying only two crewed docking ports. They've got others, as Philip was saying, for these supply crew missions, supply capsules and things like that. But for the crewed docking ports, that's different. And our ports are not interchangeable. Like the Crew Dragon would not be able to successfully dock in the Russian ports that might be available. Not interchangeable. As a result of these concerns, NASA is considering an alternative solution, bringing Wilmore and Williams home on the SpaceX Crew Dragon, flying the Starliner back empty. This option would require delaying, though, the upcoming SpaceX Crew 9 mission that was scheduled for August 18th, just days away. Move that to September 24. That mission would then be conducted with 2 astronauts rather than 4, leaving 2 seats empty for Wilmore and Williams. The root cause behind Starliner's thruster failures continue to prolong the remaining the unknowns, which complicates the decision-making process. NASA's primary concern is ensuring the safety of the astronauts and the integrity of the space station while we try to find a solution to the Starliner's software issue. Like I said, the headlines for Boeing they don't seem to be getting any better with every passing day. We'll return after this.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Norman's out there in the Big Tipper, just rolled into Wichita. 75 degrees. Rain moves in about 45 minutes. We'll unload at 7:30. Good morning to all, he says. Okay, around the country, as always, 844-844-3388. See if Eagle's still on board. You hanging in there, Eagle? I know you said you had to roll most all night long, right?
Yeah, I'm still driving. I'm not happy about it, but yeah, I should be there around about, well, I'm an hour behind you. I'm over here in Oklahoma, but should get there around about 5 o'clock, about right when you going off the air. It's been a long night for me, but you kept me awake. I still listen to the show, so that's the main thing. Still rolling. I look like my sleep during the daytime. Steve, I wanted to get into the deal with Donald Trump. I don't like what I'm seeing over the last couple of days with the Trump deal going on. I don't like what's going on. Donald Trump is still making some mistakes about how he's going about doing business. In this run, he's still talking about Joe Biden, calling him every name in the book. You know, Joe Biden is done. He's through. You know, he's an afterthought. He needs, the only thing he needs to be focusing on is Kamala Harris and this loser that she has for a vice president. I was hoping that he was going to drop out over the weekend. I can't believe that they're going to allow a man like that to continue on in the race with his background and everything he's done in Minnesota. I'm surprised that the Democrats will let him. Well, we'll see what happens at the convention. They may get him the boot at the convention and bring in somebody. I've been hearing a lot of rumors. Donald Trump claimed that he said at his rally on Saturday night. And I don't really think that's going to happen. He said that Joe Biden might make an appearance, and he might say he want to take back his nomination, but I don't think it's possible for Joe Biden to do that, take that back from Kamala. But that's what Trump said. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, he needs to stop focusing on Joe Biden. Everybody's told him that Biden is done. He's through, and he needs to focus on Kamala. You know how bad these people are, Steve. Like I said before, the American people. I told you this last Thursday, and it hurts me to say that, but we have a lot of ignorant people that live in the United States. Can you believe that Kamala? She's basically in Donald Trump's talking points, saying that she was gonna not tax tips. Donald Trump's been saying that for the last 4 or 5 months. She also had the nerve to say that she was gonna close. She ain't gonna close no damn border. She had 4 years to do something about the border. Right. It ain't done nothing. Ain't done a damn thing. 20 million people, 30 million. You don't know how many people involved in the situation. And guess what, Steve? She won't close the border. If she gets elected president, she still ain't gonna close the border. Like I said, she's nothing but a liar That's what Democrats do is lie until they get into the office. Like I said, she's nothing. I told you this a couple of weeks ago, Steve. She's nothing but Barack Obama. She's nothing but Barack 2.0. That's all she is. Just another Barack Obama make empty promises, and these idiots fall for it. First thing, a lot of people say, well, let's vote for Obama. He can be the first black man to hit the White House. Okay, so even though the man had no economy, wasn't nothing but a street organizer, troublemaker, basically in Chicago. Same thing with Kamala Harris. All people say, well, maybe she could be the first female president, even though she has no accomplishments to date. She's just a complete failure for the last four. But only thing she got going for her, Steve, is that she's a woman and she's black. And these idiots are dumb enough to go to the vote and vote for somebody like that. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. It's really embarrassing at this point, Steve. I hope that Donald Trump can somehow pull this race off because America, if Trump doesn't get in, we're done. Kamala has no objective. She hasn't said not one thing about what she plans on doing in America, Steve. Just like Trump said a couple of weeks ago. That's how I show you how stupid Joe Biden is, Steve. Donald Trump said he would want to. Biden said that Trump needs to stop talking about making a MAGA, and he's too stupid to know what MAGA means. MAGA means make America great, you idiot. That's what it means. Unfortunately, it seems like the Democrats don't want to make America great again, and that's really a damn shame. So we'll go ahead on and continue on down this route. And as for Joe Biden, Steve, we have basically an empty suit in the White House. I don't even know who the leader is, but it certainly ain't Joe Biden. He would have done everybody a favor when he had that press conference a couple of weeks ago. If he would have just got the hell out of the White House and gone on back to Delaware and lay out on the beach with lay out the rest of his miserable life. But unfortunately, he decided not to do that. So we got to deal with him for another 6 months. And all I can say is God.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you for chiming back in there, Eagle. Safely to your destination. The flooding, Vermont has been hammered with multiple flooding events in recent months. So they've extended their emergency declarations now through September the 8th. Motor carriers and drivers assisting flood relief efforts in Vermont are granted relief from the maximum driving time requirements. That was initially issued all the way back on July 10, set to expire last Friday. It was extended by Vermont officials last Thursday. WCAX-TV in Burlington reported 60-mile-an-hour winds, up to 6 inches of rain in the region. 20,000 customers were without power. Under the Vermont Flood Emergency Order, direct assistance is classified as transportation and other relief services provided by a motor carrier or driver, including the restoration of essential services and the transportation of essential supplies. It does not include transportation related to long-term rehabilitation of damaged physical infrastructure or routine commercial deliveries after the initial threat to life and property has passed. There are several states in the southeast that are still under emergency declarations after Hurricane Debbie made landfall, prompting the ongoing emergency in the state of Florida. The remnants then of Debbie leading to declarations in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, as well as Kentucky.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. The US has warned that Iran could launch an attack on Israel on multiple fronts this week in retaliation for Israel's recent killings of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. The warning comes as international mediators push for an urgent ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. The White House says it's preparing for what it called a significant set of attacks, echoing a similar warning from Israeli officials. U.S. National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby.
It's increasingly likely that there will be an attack by Iran and or its proxies, and perhaps in the coming days. I would tell you that we share those concerns. It is difficult to ascertain at this particular time if there is an attack by Iran and or its proxies, what that could look like.
Ukraine says its forces now control 1,000 square kilometers, that's 621 square miles of Russian territory, as it pushes on with a shock cross-border attack, its biggest since the war began. Russia's Vladimir Putin has slammed the offensive as a major provocation, ordering Russian forces to kick the enemy out of the country. Evacuations are underway, with tens of thousands ordered to leave the region. 28 villages are understood to have fallen to Ukrainian forces. Some Western officials are warning Russia will be so angry over the cross-border incursion, it will double down on its efforts to fight Ukraine. Technical problems hit Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk on the social media platform X, with the entrepreneur blaming a massive cyber attack for the problems. The former president spoke about his assassination attempt, immigration, the war in Ukraine, and called his rival Kamala Harris a third-rate phony candidate. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
Elon Musk billed it as a conversation, a chance for independent, open-minded voters to hear from Donald Trump. And for him, it was a chance to return to many of his stump speech themes. He said the war in Ukraine would not have happened if he was president. He warned that as many as 60 million people would come to the US, many from jails, if the Democrats win. And speaking about the assassination attempt, Musk praised Trump's strength under fire, saying it was inspiring. Trump was hoping to capture attention in the social media space, but the roughly 40 minutes of technical glitches is the main thing, now dominating the headlines. I'm Nick Harper in Washington.
Separately, Donald Trump is suing the United States Department of Justice for $100 million. He's seeking damages over the FBI's search of his Florida residence, during which law enforcement agents found hundreds of classified documents that he'd taken from the White House. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The student loan forgiveness program's been in and out of the news. On again, off again. Hard to keep track with each passing day. The latest is the courts once again blocking the administration from proceeding with the program. A federal appeals court extended the pause on the student debt relief plan Friday. That's going to set up a likely date with the U.S. Supreme Court. But I'm thinking back, I thought the Supreme Court already ruled on... Oh, that's right. We kind of changed the way the program was going to work after the previous Supreme Court ruling. In July, the St. Louis-based 8th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals granted a request by 7 Republican-led states to suspend portions of the Department of Education's debt forgiveness plan that had not already been blocked by a lower court judge. Friday, the court revised the ruling, preventing the Department of Education from proceeding with the debt relief plan until the lawsuit challenging it is resolved. They're now calling it the Saving on a Valuable Education Plan, which is supposedly an income-based repayment plan looking to give more benefits to borrowers by lowering monthly payments for eligible candidates and allowing those whose original balances were $12,000 or less to have their debt forgiven after 10 years. The court noted the Biden's plan would ultimately forgive approximately $475 billion in federal student loan debt. This was a unanimous 3-0 decision describing Biden's plan as a vast assertion of newfound power. And the administration fell short of showing clear authorization from Congress, who holds the purse strings. Hello? The new SAVE plan is an order of magnitude broader than anything that has come before, according to the opinion. Now, back in March, there were 7 state attorneys general that sued over the plan. That was brought forth by the Biden administration after, there you go, the Supreme Court struck down the previous universal student debt relief program bought by the president, arguing that Biden overstepped his authority in creating this new program, the SAVE program. Last time defendants tried this, the Supreme Court said this action was illegal. Nothing since has changed. Education and Workforce Committee Chairwoman Virginia Fox said the courts keep saying the Biden-Harris administration's student loans schemes are illegal. Congress, including former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, said the administration does not have the authority to enact their radical, unfair policies. If the Biden-Harris administration continue doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results, they're insane. That is the definition of insane. Same thing over and over and over, thinking the results will be different. Borrowers who relied on advice from the Biden-Harris administration continue to be negatively impacted because of their false promises. Now, Friday's ruling is expected to force an emergency appeal by the Justice Department and push the case right up to the Supreme Court, according to The Hill. So the whole on again, off again, yes, Supreme Court said you can't do that, but no, I'm going to do it. No, I'll do it this way. You still did not get authorization. Congress holds the purse strings in this country, but hello, Vic. How are we doing this morning?
Oh, pretty good. If I cover some material that you've already covered, I apologize. I sat down to brush myself up on hand anatomy about 11 o'clock, and I just woke up a little bit over, about a half hour ago. So anyway, I don't know if you got that email I sent you, but I'm trying to use that voice to text thing, and it had a bunch of run-on sentences and everything about the guy up there at I don't know why, but his name escaped me. Anyway, the current vice president candidate that had been in the National Guard,
Tim Walz,
and everything. So, yeah, Tim Walz. Thank you. But if you didn't see it, it's probably just as well, because I'm not very good on that speech to text thing, my punctuation and all that. It just has a bunch of run-on sentences. So get that out of the way real quick. And the other thing is that you were talking about the geomagnetic storms. And that kind of ties in with what Eagle was talking about there. See, I'm kind of a victim of, I guess you call it Democrat policy or strategy or anything, because way back when the deserts were expanding and all this, and I was pretty actively trading commodities, and it was affecting that. So here comes along a guy with Al Gore that he's gonna delve into all this studies. Well, after about 2 or 3 years, I realized he's not interested in studying about all this. He has a political agenda. But that's how they pull you in. And whenever the stuff you were just talking about there with the student loan, those student loan programs are really quite convoluted, and the states, probably the reason they're suing is, that financial aid forms. I don't know if your kids ever filled any out or you knew people that had. A lot of that involves state grants. The one that comes to mind right now is the Pell Grant that, anyway, a congressman down in southeastern Kentucky came up with that. Then they don't have to pay that back. But the overarching thing about student loans is, did you know that's one of the debts that you can't bankrupt out of in the United States? And they were even coming back on some of the grandparents that had co-signed those loans whenever, the grandparents were in their earning years, the kids were going to college, and then something happened, and the kids didn't pay them off. And about 10, 15 years ago, they were actually coming back on to some of the grandparents on those student loans. So, there's a way where government is so involved with us anymore that every time you turn around, some way, somehow, they're affecting your business or, your day-to-day operation. And some people that went to college for less than thrilling degrees, I guess you would want to say, or they got a bunch of worthless degrees, and they got out and they found out nobody's going to pay me anything for, whatever. Just pick a topic. That's pretty much. It's like, it's interesting, but you're very few people are really interested in that to the point that they will pay you money to do that.
How can it be applied in the real world? Yes. How can what is your knowledge good for in the real world?
Right. So, like you were mentioning about there with this whole thing with the that's going on now with the astronauts, they won't come out and just say they're stranded, but they know they're stranded. And in the world of Boeing, they got in trouble by all of their mergers and the engineering side, which Boeing had always been well known for, kind of got divorced from the money side. And the money people, all they were worried about is how much money are we earning, or can we sell more planes than Airbus, and what's their stock price. And Boeing just got away from their, as they used to say, they just got away from their knitting. So I heard you mention about the software thing. That didn't update. I mean, in the days of Boeing engineering, such a thing just wouldn't have happened. So Boeing's going to have a whatever a come to Jesus meeting about their goals.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I've been. And the other thing too, whenever I was listening to Eagle talking, right after that, they had the thing about Trump is suing the U.S. government. You've heard the saying, you have to pick your fight. Trump. Let's look at it like this: however many days it is away from election. That's the battle you need to win now. You need to win the election. After you win the election, you have plenty of time to address these other problems. The Mar-a-Lago raid,
right?
And what I'm still looking at is, Barack Obama, I guess he still has the records from his administration somewhere that he's going to digitize. Well, I'm kind of curious what was in those records. So when they were going after Trump for all that stuff when he was president on Russian collusion and what they call that crossfire hurricane or something,
Yes.
when they were actually spying on the Trump campaign and all that, well, those records should be in the Obama administration. Somewhere there's some records about some of this stuff, even though they did all they could to destroy him. So the reason that connects with the Mar-a-Lago raid, the Mar-a-Lago raid was about classified information. Well, Obama has classified information. If Trump wins the election, he can start looking for all that stuff with presidential authority. Yeah, I don't think he'll be intimidated like he was the first time around. And that's why you have all these people in an absolute panic. I think all around the world, even a lot of our enemies, that they definitely want to see Kamala Harris in as president. And that the other guy, Tim Walz, my big problem with him is twofold. And I'm curious what his military occupation especially was. Do you know, are you familiar with that, what they call the MOS, or that basically tells you what you're going to do in the government? And so, okay, he was a teacher, so he had a college education. So he could have gotten a commission. Even people without a college education can get a commission in the National Guard, but he chose to stay enlisted. So if he was enlisted, what was so special about that code that he wanted to stay enlisted? And he was talking about all this, and I'm kind of curious what medals that he had or was authorized to wear, because there's a whole nother subject there, like I was telling you. They even have medals to wear if you were part of a unit, and that was the medals that I was allowed to wear while I was stateside, and the other guys are over there in Vietnam. There's a medal to being part of a unit to assist the unit that was in combat. I don't much agree with it. That's why I never did wear them. But anyway, that's a whole nother can of worms. So the point is that whenever when they was talking about the deal with the Eagles, talking about the deal with Trump and the other people running now, that's how the Democrats, they're very good at that. They kind of pull you in, and now we have this deal going on with Joy, and I didn't realize it, but yesterday morning when I watched some of the news program, we're in the best economy that's ever been.
Right.
It's news to me.
Yeah.
But they're trying to sell that. So, it's this time is about pure propaganda. And Trump has a fatal flaw that he can get, I don't know what it is. He can get easily diverted. He can kind of not really stand by his people or support his people. And I hope he can win, but somebody needs to get him back on track. And the deal with, and the reason I mention that is they're working night and day to try to separate Trump and J.D. Vance and try to shut down all these different rallies and to keep the Trump campaign from gaining momentum.
Right. Yep. Well, Vic, that is 100% correct. You can pull up the Tim Walz via Wikipedia, where that with his father's encouragement, he enlisted in the Army National Guard the day after he turned 17. Served in the National Guard for 24 years after enlisting in 1981. Had postings in Arkansas, Texas, the Arctic Circle, New Ulm, Minnesota, and Italy. Trained in heavy artillery, during his service he worked in disaster response postings following floods and tornadoes and was deployed overseas in 1989, earned the title of Nebraska Citizen Soldier of the Year. In 2001, completed the 20 years needed for retirement from the Guard, re-enlisting after September 11 of 2001. In August of 2003, deployed with the Minnesota National Guard to Italy for 9 months to serve with the European Security Force, and that was during part of Operation Enduring Freedom. Attaining the rank of Command Sergeant Major near the end of his service, briefly was the senior enlisted soldier of the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery Regiment. Decorations included Army Commendation Medal and 2 Army Achievement Medals. February of 2005, submitting official documents to run for the House of Representatives. In March, the National Guard announced a possible deployment to Iraq within the next 2 years for his battalion. Now, at the time, he publicly stated he would deploy if called upon, but retired from the military service in May, 2 months later, May of 2005. The Minnesota National Guard said that he had submitted his retirement papers 5 to 7 months before he retired. He later explained he wanted to focus on his campaign for Congress and not violate the Hatch Act. Let's see. That forbids some political activities by federal government employees. Walt's unit would receive their official mobilization orders June of 2005 and deploy in March of 2006. It is 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
As we wind things down this Tuesday morning, see what the right-wing nut has on his mind. Hello, Nut.
Yes, right. Right-wing nut, yeah. Happy 41st on the anniversary there. That's a long time for her to be picking up your underwear off the floor. You know that, right? Well, let's see what else we got going on. Dadgummit. I need a cold adult beverage to cool down that tickle in the back of my throat. Hey, I hear Run DMC going to be in Chicago next week for a whole week. Is that a true statement, or
No. It's not Run. It's the Democrat National Committee, not Run DMC.
Yeah, okay. So what does a Democrat National Committee sing about?
I'm sorry, it's a Democrat National Convention. Did I say committee? Convention. Yeah, a Democrat convention. That's where they're all gonna talk about Kamala Harris and officially praise her and put her on a pedestal as the next president of the United States. How exciting!
I don't think that'll happen. All right. Well, I mean, what has she done as VP? And not anything I'm aware of, except maybe wear out a couple of knee pads. That's about it. Well, are we still on for the Labor Day festival at the Summers compound? I'm looking forward to it. I mean, hell, you got that going on. You got football coming on, especially with college. And hey, they're not going to have that crazy damn thing kick off in college like they got going on right now in the pros, are they?
I don't believe so. No, I don't think they need it in the college. Well, they don't need it in the pros either. But
no. I mean, I enjoy watching 200-pound plus guy run full speed down the hill. You know, going to try to tackle that football carrier, and I love seeing the collision, especially when the helmets fly off. I mean, that's man's game. They're just wussifying the whole prospect of playing ball or playing anything. Yeah, pretty soon it'll be the NFL of flag football. Good Lord.
Hey, did I hear correctly something about, I don't know, like the NFL, it's the Pro Bowl? Is that going to be flag football?
Oh, no. Are you serious? I didn't hear about that. Hell, they might as well. Hell, it ain't worth the hoot in hell anyways. I mean, all it is a gimme. So the hell with that bunch. But, I mean, you got college ball, and you got college basketball. You got the playoffs with baseball, and your party there. And, oh, yeah, then you got Halloween, your birthday coming up, Thanksgiving. I mean, it's just a whole lot of stuff looking forward to at the end of the year.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But that party at your place still going on strong, right?
Last I checked, I believe so. All right, the right-wing nut. I did a quick search there. Yeah, from February of this year. Flag football played by the best of the NFL at the Pro Bowl is a huge platform for the non-contact version of the sport, with it set to be featured on an even bigger stage in 4 years' time. Get ready, the 2028 Summer Games in Los Angeles. Yes, the Olympic Games will see flag football make its debut as an Olympic sport. I can't wait. All right. Thanks for being with us. Have a great day. Tuesday, we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight to kick off a hump day.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.